You don't need no diagram or no Google AI images. You need one of games. You feel me? Look, you see everything. Look. Hey man, listen to me, man. Nothing with me. So look, we're gonna put the cable to the highest.
This girl, Nina Drama, all I see is her like on niggas' streams, bro. I think she has like a long-term boyfriend that says here for like 15 years. These women have no shame, bro. Every other day, seeing this girl collab with male streamers, going to their house. The husband is the cameraman. That's fucking embarrassing too. See, this is why you can't let your girl stream, dude. All I see this girl do is rolling around with UFC fighters, being around UFC fighters, talking about UFC fighters. This is not it, bro. It's not cool. This girl, Nina Drama, all I see is her like on niggas' stream.
Just talk to
3 minutes, 3 minutes 15. So, okay.
That's where she starts making it.
That's where she starts making it.
I just talked to Alexander, and he basically.
very simple. I have never seen someone in my entire life want something and don't get it. I've seen people say they want something, but I've never seen somebody actually wanting something. I've seen people say, yeah, I want to get bigger, and they'll get bigger. But I've never seen somebody go to the gym every day, train hard every day, eat right every day. No. So the guy who actually wanted it, it's exactly what he wanted. The guy who said he wanted it, doesn't. Because it's easy to fucking lie. But if you genuinely actually want something, the universe is super giving. The universe will make you big, strong, famous, and rich. You can have everything you ever desired, all of it, if you actually want it. But if you don't actually want it, it's not going to give it to you. You don't believe the universe and you don't believe it all. You cannot lie to the universe by pretending you're a dedicated person that fucking sleeping in. That ain't going to work. It's never going to work. So people sit and they try to conflate the issue to avoid the hard work because they're scared of the hard work. It's a cowards or they're lazy. And they sit there and go, oh, there must be some other way. There isn't. And even if there was, hard workers would have found it.
And
On top, anyway, there's no shortcut. The hard workers would have found it and they'd be doing it with hard work applied on top anyway. So it still wouldn't work for a company.
I invented some bio, just some stuff. Hi, my name is Alex.
History, and these philosophers and these kings and these historians who read Napoleon's memoirs. It's not just about the battle he was in. It was about how he saw the battle, how he felt during the battle, how he felt after the battle, what he believed he should have done different at Waterloo. Napoleon spent years thinking about the day he lost that battle. Years. He thought about every single little detail and he wrote it down. That is why he felt alive. And the reason you don't is because you haven't sat and thought about any of the experiences you've lived in the last year for more than 5 to 6 seconds.
And work in Lisbon as a psychologist, so looking for a nice lady to develop a meaningful relationship with and enjoy the
Enjoy your life and enjoy your experiences. Already felt it. When's the last time you enjoyed a nice sat in the sun and enjoyed a nice drink when you were 8 more than chill? It's chocolate. It's double chocolate. It's double chocolate, neighbor. Chill out. Enjoy the double chocolate. It's a sunny day.
of life.
Think about this. You're flying 35,000 feet above those lands. And you're in public building. When I used to fly with Zimmer, everyone wanted to do this and pick up the now, it's a wife. Who do you see looking up? We're not even born to fly. We're born to walk. And we have a bird's eye view. Fly higher. We can see entire continents from the edge of space, and we're not interested because we're on our phones. Texting the same way. We're texting on the ground. We're playing video. We're scrolling. Isn't that something? No. Look at all the cars driving past who's ending. One of those are an individual person with their own ball screen, hopes, it's a separate and unique worldview with a family, a mother, a father, whatever it is. You don't think about anything. The most important thing for us to do is to try and hold on humanity. For me, the easiest way to do that is just take a little break at a time. Think about this. You're flying 35,000.
It's good. And yeah. Put his pictures on Tinder, and I invented some bio, just some simple stuff. Hi, my name is Alex. I live and work in Lisbon as a psychologist, so looking for a nice lady to develop a meaningful relationship with and enjoy the pleasures of life. It's simple, it's good, and yeah, there we go.
Alright, and that's the profile picture that she used.
This is day 3 of
Okay, hold on, pause real quick. Real quick, so you guys know, could we go back a little bit so they know who the guy is? Go back a little bit, who Alex Grace is. Yep. So that's him talking with her, briefing her before. Play real quick.
I think that you're still going to find a lot of difficulty. I'm going to give you, let's say, a week's time. I want you to try and match with as many women as possible.
Okay, this will be fun. I'm excited for this.
I think so too. All right, I'll talk to you soon.
Bye.
So basically, to summarize it for you guys, He's telling her, use my pictures, make a Tinder profile. I want you to match with as many girls and try to get as many dates as possible. Obviously, you guys can see at the onset, she's extremely optimistic. She's like, well, you're a psychologist, you're a handsome guy. Well, I should be able to do this. It won't be a problem. Let's see what happens. So, now you guys know what he is. You guys saw the picture, had a good face shot, professionally done. Fast forward a bit.
You can go to, you want to go to day 5? There's day 1.
We'll go day 1 first.
Okay, day 1.
Yeah, let's go day 1 and see how she is. Then kind of work our way.
We did just watch day 1.
Oh, we did?
Yes.
Oh, she made the profile?
Yes.
Okay,
and the next day's going to be day 2.
So she made the profile and she's excited.
358.
And yeah, there we go. I'm going to start doing some matches. This is day 3 of Tinder operation. And it's going well. On the first day, we only got 5 matches, and I was stressing out. I was just like, this is going to be much harder than what I was thinking. I mean, I thought this was going to be like easy peasy, okay. I'm going to text these women, and these women are going to want to go on a date with me, and I'm going to match a lot, and that didn't happen. On the group of 5, there was one that was like really gorgeous. Another one that I don't know why the hell did she match with me. I mean, the whole conversation was just pure pain, pure agony. She was like answering with 2 or 3 words in each message, and I was like, why? Stop this, stop. I asked her if she wanted to go on a date with me. She was lucky that I asked her because she was being literally like pain. I asked if she wanted to go on a date with me, and she was like, no, but thanks. Get the hell out of here. I mean, I was just like, why? Day 2, I was blown away. I mean, I was like, oh, this is it. This is the real deal. We got more 28 matches. 28, it's a lot. But let's be honest here. On average, those women were not that good looking. I'm not being selective. And I think that's a problem here. I'm just swiping like a maniac and see what I can get. I don't think I should do that anymore. I want to try a different approach. I want to be more selective, and I'm going to try to think more like a man. Let me try to pick and swipe the most beautiful women that appear. I want the more attractive ones. And I want to see that if I'm not that selective, can I get as many matches? So here's the Tinder account. I don't know exactly what this is, but this is like, I think there are a lot of women that are liking me.
Pause. Ladies, do you think she's going to be successful or she's going to fail in this mission to get some dates and stuff like that? Looks like she has some matches, 28 she said. Do you think she's going to fail or succeed in this? What do you predict? We'll start here.
I don't think so, because it's not a real card.
But they don't
Is it to meet them like in person?
Yeah, set up a date.
She might succeed, honestly, if she plays it right.
You think so? She's going to succeed?
Yeah,
Okay, what do you think?
Epic fail.
Think she's going to epically fail?
Yeah.
Damn, what makes you say that?
She just has like these insane guidelines and standards and expectations.
Huh, you don't say.
She's being too picky, you think?
Absolutely.
Alright, what about you?
I think she might get 1.
1? Okay, what do you think?
Probably 1.
Yeah.
Now, when you say 1, you mean 1 to go on a date with her, or 1
Yeah.
to like, okay, what about you?
Yeah, I'm there too, like maybe 1 or 2.
Maybe 1? So you guys aren't hopeful, huh?
I'm sorry, I think she'll definitely get somebody, but like the goal and like the numbers that they were trying to reach, that's what I meant by epic fail. But she'll find somebody.
Alright, what about you? What do you think?
I also agree. Maybe like 1 or 2 or 3 if she's super lucky. It just depends on how she plays it.
Okay. So you guys are skeptical. You think it's possible, but it's skeptical.
Depends how hungry the girls are.
Alright, let's keep rolling it then. Let's see what happens.
Do you want to go to day 5?
Yeah, we can. Or we can speed through it like 1.5 speed or something like that. We can do that too. It's a very interesting experiment with dating apps. Put the playback speed like 1.5 or 2 like that. Yeah.
It's like S17.5 here. I don't know what that is. But yeah, here's the chat. Here are all the women I've been texting. I just want to go like with very gorgeous ones, and I just want to see if I can match with them. So I think this one is very agreeable. I think this one too. I'm going to put a like on her, and it's a match. Good. I'm going to text her saying hi. How are you? And let's continue. Julie, I think this Julie is very gorgeous too. This one very gorgeous. Oh, this one is interesting. Like a booty peak. I don't know why. We have some more skin. So yeah, let's just put a like on this one too. And it's a match. I'm being more selective. I mean, this is going well. So I'm going to keep this, and I want to see what happens by the end of the day. So this is day 5. And at this point, I am not motivated. I am not happy with the results. On day 3, I got 13 matches. Yesterday I got 1, and today I got 1. In the beginning, I had lots of matches, but I wasn't actually being selective. And let's be honest here, I was matching with women that were not that attractive. I was getting like women on mid-30s higher. What amazed me wasn't this decrease of matches, was actually replying. I mean, how can I get these women to go on date? I mean, if they don't even reply to me, I'm so confused. I mean, if we match, why aren't we talking? I matched with so many, and I got no response. I saw a lot of like Instagram stuff, follow me on Instagram, and I didn't thought this would happen. I didn't thought I would match and they wouldn't reply. From when I talked to my friends and maybe myself, that doesn't happen. If I matched, like, the man doesn't reply to me, like, that doesn't happen. If I compare an experience that a woman has on a dating app and a man has on a dating app, it's much different, and it's weird that I struggle so much, and that if I change like the picture of a woman, I don't struggle at all. I didn't thought this would be like this, because I find Alex, in terms of looks, good looking, and interesting. I believe he was a damn psychologist. That's super interesting. I don't know if people get depressed after being on a dating app, but then, I don't know, I just feel like down at this point. I don't know why I feel down. It's not even me. This is not very healthy, because there are maybe some psychological effects from this whole thing. I mean, I'm down now, and it's not even my damn picture and my damn life. I'm down. I just thought I would get better response. I mean, I just don't know. I thought this was going to be more easy. Like, oh, I really wasn't expecting this. I don't want to do this again.
Alright guys, it has been a week since I started this Tinder challenge experiment. I have no idea if it's been a failure or a success, but I'm going to call her now and find out what the result is. Okay, so I am very curious to hear how you got on. Have you had a good week or a bad week with Tinder? Was it a success or a failure?
I think it was a failure. I had like lots of expectations on what would go on and what would like happen, and it was like the complete opposite. In terms of matching, I got some success, but then the replying was a nightmare. I just think it's a little bit difficult for me to invite them to go on a date with me if they don't even reply, and this happened like a lot.
Okay, so we've got Lua. Hi Lua, you're right, and you got no reply.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know why she matched with me. This is my friend. My friend is like, why the hell did you match if you're not going to reply? Thanks a lot.
Gabriella. Hi Gabriella. No reply. Same thing again. Madalena. Como estas, Madalena? And then no reply. Maria, how are you? No reply. Melissa, and how are you? No reply. I'm certainly picking up a trend here. Vanessa didn't reply. Elizabeth didn't reply.
I struggled. Even in the conversations, I had like to lead the conversation. Some of them put zero effort. In the last days, I was like, I hate this. I don't want to do this again.
At least you now have an idea of what it's like for just average guys every single day on these apps. It's so hard for them, and it really eats away at your self-esteem.
Yeah, but I thought you weren't like average. I said you were like a psychologist. You had like very good pictures. I didn't understand what was like the problem. It's weird to me. This whole thing is weird because guys don't do this on dating apps. They just don't stop replying. They don't do that. Like, they don't ghost. And it's weird that women do that so often.
You know how you said at the beginning that it was easier to get matches, and then
Alright, ladies, did you guys know this on the other side? That, like, how difficult it is for guys? You had no clue?
Yeah, no.
Anybody, any of y'all?
Well, slow down, bro.
Maybe because we've been on a show before. Because, like, I always laugh when, like, women are like, oh, yeah, I'm on dating apps or whatever. Because it's like,
So easy.
I don't think women use dating apps, like, with any type of real seriousness. I've noticed that, like, most girls use it to get their OnlyFans up or get their Instagram followers up or maybe just to get some attention. But, like, girls never. That's why I asked, of all the times you've been on dating apps or whatever, how many times you guys met up and you've only met up with less than 10 guys, all of you?
Well, they try it and then leave right away.
Yeah. So, like, did you guys know that it was, like, this difficult on the male side? No clue?
Clueless.
Sucks to suck.
Yeah, because I thought yesterday you were like, oh, dating apps suck, dating apps suck, dating apps suck. But I'm like, damn, you guys have it good though, because at least on your end, like,
Matches.
you guys get matches and they respond.
Respond.
But for us, it's like, dude, even if you get a match, like a girl still, a lot of times they just play games.
I think guys are better off with Instagram, honestly.
That's what I said. Like, I would use it just to pass the time, like, just when I'm bored at nighttime and
See?
just get, like, a little, like, interaction.
Little boost.
Yeah, just because I was bored. That was how I used it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
And IG is where it's at. That's where I went to me.
Instagram.
I just want to tell guys, bro, like, dating apps, man, like, is very difficult for a majority of guys. Like,
I think for most guys,
I don't, but it's interesting though, because, like, they had no clue this is what it's like to be a dude
yeah, of course.
on dating apps. Like, girls think, like, oh, if you're handsome, like, you should have no problem. Even if you're the most handsome guy, you're still going to struggle.
You know, it's funny. A buddy of mine, I won't say how he looks because that's kind of gay, but he gets like this was like a day, bro, 50 matches, right? In Sierra Miami. He met him before, and he got banned because one girl he didn't go with on a date, she reported him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, crazy, bro.
Well, what I realized, they did an experiment on this too. They took a guy that had a very attractive photo, and they compared him to, like, a girl that's really fat, and the girl that was really fat and ugly still got way more matches and attention than the guy did. Higher response rate, more matches, more messages.
But imagine, you're a good-looking guy, pause, and you do well on that.
And you can't even beat a fat girl.
You don't respond to 2-3 girls, and they get mad, they report you. You're cooked.
Yeah, if that, yeah,
crazy,
even if you
bro.
ever make it that far. Most guys can't even get that many matches.
I'm about to say.
But yeah, like, yeah, top tier dude, they did this experiment. Like, they took a guy who literally is a model, very attractive, used his profile, and then they put a fat girl, like morbidly obese too, like a whale. She still got more matches and responses than the most attractive guy.
You're better off using Instagram, building your whole profile up,
Yeah.
creating your own avatar, and then using that to...
Also, something like 80% of online dating app users are men. Something wild, like 80%.
I believe it.
So,
Because honestly, if you're a good-looking girl, you don't need a day app.
nah.
In person, you walk
Nah.
around, you go to a bar,
Yeah,
you approach
and I'm convinced that even girls that are on it, like, use it, like, she kind of did admitting, like, yeah, use it for attention or whatever.
But you know what's actually
Waste
low-key better?
Yeah.
It's a sugar site.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Better.
well, yeah, because then they're
It's in her favor.
That's why we tell y'all to get on there, bro.
Yeah.
So, you guys are super. I've been telling you guys to use those websites for years.
Let me hear on your
It's
right.
gonna be a sim.
Instagram is free, by the way. Fellas, if you want coaching, man, I still do coaching on the side on Instagram and help you guys out. Casey is one of my students. He blew up now on his actual dating profile for foreign girls, so go check him out. Casey Redbeard online.
Yep. Okay. What? Do you have anything else for us that you wanted to?
Just chat.
Okay, we're gonna read some chats here. Guys, get your chats at fnfsuperchat.com or Rumble Rants, and then we're gonna get a TTS for you guys going
The
very soon.
Shit Podcast. Shout out to you, brother, for supporting the show.
Yeah, get-
So hold on. We'll possibly next week or follow me. All right?
Yeah.
To your right.
give that shit all. That's not that easy. You represent your state, you represent everybody back home, so it's a different energy. I'm trying to make a statement on every game. I don't really do anything toward this way, but I got to do it for the championship. You gotta come prepared. You gotta come knowing that a motherfucker trying to drive the leg.
I'm not feeling let's I know you make it out there. I'm doing it
Just stand them up on that one. Perfect.
Turnover on that possession.
Button up on the behind the back. Just a little tip for everybody, something that I've learned from a lot of good defenders. Once you see people going behind the back, jam them in the chest if you can.
Jay Wright down 6 points against Nasir Kaur. Gets that three-pointer, and that's money. That was a pure three-point shot by Jay Wright.
All right. Anybody's game. Jay Wright with the ball. Real patient like. Staring Nasir Kaur down. Another three.
Or gets that three.
People going behind the back. Jam them in the chest if you can.
Jay Wright down 6 points against Nasir Kaur. Gets that three-pointer, and that's money. That was a pure three-point shot by Jay Wright.
All right. Anybody's game. Jay Wright with the ball. Real patient like. Staring Nasir Kaur down. Another three. Left it a little short.
Rushed it just a bit. Nas did a great job of closing the gap, closing his space, making it a little bit more uncomfortable for him to get that three-point shot. Right. You see Jay Wright shading him to the left a little bit. Nas takes the spin. Step back all over the place. You gotta let him land. Regardless of it, if he's pushing off or not, you have to do a good job of allowing him to land.
Got him off balance.
Nas goes down and is hoping that every
That's another thing, he got mileage from playing last night. Unfortunately, him and Reese had a long game, and you gotta wonder if the wear and tear is gone. But I really hope he doesn't have that.
To feel like it's fine, and for you to cause more damage to it as well. And Nas got up, free throw is good.
He's doing exactly what DJ O was doing. I'm not a doctor, so you can't really always. He might go try to dunk right here or something.
We'll be able to see it in his first step. Still looking quick, step back jumper. He looked quick, but it didn't look like he put as much pressure on that left leg to step back. It didn't look as explosive as I'm used to seeing him.
Yeah. He's gonna test him out. Wow.
Jay Wright tried to veer into Nasir Kaur. He did a great job of avoiding the body contact. Caused him to go off balance and miss that leg. Nas with the rock, working top of the key.
Had an inch on the foul.
Nas does not want any help up. He felt like that foul was intentional. He's tired of the foul.
If you're not making a play on the ball, he's clearly about to go to the basket and make a layup. It is an intentional foul. I'm more interested in why he was so mad that he went around to help play like the other ground.
Target score is up to 30. We're back to the action. Nasir Kaur to the line. Converts. Makes it count. 21-16. Nasir Kaur didn't waste no time. Got a three-pointer up. Can't get it to go.
I gotta tell you about these Nasir Kaur games. They can take a long time.
You're right. Jab. Nas.
Great defense.
Good deflection.
He had a beat. Gotta protect it at the end. Nas ran on time. The jab step just matches his footwork.
step back, jumper. Didn't make his open.
Oh, it's still up. Making sure I saw that right here. And we're still on 16 to 23.
3. That's your core. Easy goes through.
So send y'all home.
26-16, 10-point lead. Nasir Core. Behind the back, spin.
5. That was 5 dribbles, right? 5, you have 5 dribbles.
Jay Wright.
Let's see if that elbow affects him on the free throw line. He's actually been very good. Okay, right. He's going back into the top. Second half reset. Jay Wright trying to close that gap. Top of the key hot spot. Looking for the 3. So I didn't hear the ball bounce. Did he just start running with it?
And he was packing his bags somewhere there. Wow.
That elbow's affecting his brain. Let me see a replay on that. I thought I was tripping because I got blocked.
I saw that clear as day.
I just didn't hear no noise.
That was a carry.
Wow. What confirmed it is you just started laughing.
Nasir Core to the line.
Okay.
Makes it count.
May not like how he does it, but he wins basketball game.
It's a good call. Nasir Core, 3-point shot right now. Can't end it. Nas coming out the jersey. Said they like to hold my jersey, so I gotta come out of it. All right. 11-point ball game. Let's see what Jay Wright does here. 3-point shot, no good.
There's a certain point where both players kind of figure it out. I think Nas got to figure it out.
Nas again with that behind the back spin. Bump. Jumper, no good.
And that's the same way that he got to figure it out. I think Jay Wright got to figure it out too. How many times have we seen that same behind the back? That same spin?
Timeout on the floor, Jay Wright. That elbow seems to be bugging him just a little bit.
I think we can drive to Charlotte and this game will still be on. Like he always has the excitement in him.
Great game we have right now. Jay Wright, Nasir Core, both battling all the way to the end. We got an 11-point ball game. Timeout by Jay Wright. Take a live look into the huddle. We got Bijan, Bombi, AB, down over in the huddle for Nas.
Remember during COVID when that Popeye's chicken lady was trying to serve them sandwiches? That's what Nas was like. He's cut. He's just rubbing on his hamstring. Get ready to go.
Back to this action. Let's go. Jay Wright. Rear step into Nasir Core. Drawing the foul. Going to the line.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Step into the path of your defender. Force them to foul you.
But let's see, free throw up. He's still in. He's still in.
10-point ball game right now. Nasir Core is up. Jay Wright.
Got him figured out. He's beating him. Don't beat him at the spot.
Beat him. Oh, Jay Wright. Talking a little bit to Nas.
Wow. His 3 points is all he needs.
fuck out my motherfucking house, man. I used to come from that boss, bro. I got a boss spot, man. That's a fucking boss spot, nigga.
Just did $5. Damn, I messed up. We gotta go
It's a
home.
fucking boss spot, nigga. Why the fuck you ain't tell me to come out there, bro? Man, get this nigga the fuck out of my house, bro. Get the fuck out of my crib, man. The fuck out of my motherfucking house, man. Get this nigga the fuck out. I'm not getting the fuck out. You get the fucking boss spot, nigga. You get the fucking boss spot. And you ain't tell me, nigga. You cut my motherfucking hair. You cut my fucking hair. You ain't tell me, nigga. That's just smell. I get the fuck out of my house. Why not get the fuck out? Straight up, nigga. The fuck out of my house.
Big Johnson just tipped $5.
Boss spot, man. That's a fucking boss spot, nigga.
It's such a smart move. That's a pro move.
Okay. You look fast, man. So right after, took the bump, kick it. Got 17 points. Plenty of time left. Well, not really.
If I'm Jay, I'm going to the left because Nas is beating him to the right every single time. He's reading that step back three. Jumper is good. Is that a two-pointer?
Two-pointer. Right? They called three. They called it a two.
Let's see. Here we go back to this action. Getting downhill. That's a follow play and one. Jay Wright, 21-27. He's closing that gap right now.
All right.
Let's see if Jay can get back into this game. Justin Wright, Nasir Kaur. Going to the left. Spin back to the middle. Fadeaway jumper is good.
6-point run.
Spin. No foul.
How many times did Jay Wright go to hell?
These guys are all over the floor this game. It's a very physical matchup. Good defense by Jay Wright. Step through.
He almost bailed him out.
Jay driving right once again. Spin. Jumper, no good.
Looking to end it. Open him in the eyes, so close. Goes to that arm.
Just lost his balance there. Nas was leaning too far forward. Leg end up gives out. Taking his time trying to get up. Looks like that hamstring gave out on him.
He's not in a good situation in terms of his leg. I know he wants to finish it out. I just would hate to see either of these guys get hurt any further.
That's a tough play. Nas just lost his footing there. Jay Wright goes hard, but how the hard balls take it from me that hurts. I've dealt with elbow injuries like that in my career. Taking those tough balls time and time again on that same elbow, he's gonna feel that.
I'm looking.
What? That elbow.
I'm looking to go left if I'm Nas or Justin too.
Size of a golf ball on the back of that.
Remember the name though. Justin Wright, he can play.
Definitely can move.
Now he's made free throws this whole game. He can continue to excellence.
Jay Wright to the line.
One will wonder if that's a sign. This might be a record.
Rocker, behind. Jump ball. Turnover. Jay Wright is not giving up at all.
He's forcing guys into the same move over. It's like a replay.
It's good defense.
It's what happens when you play for 3 hours. You figure every move. You're not surprised nobody remembers. I would recommend players to have like something to go to in this moment right here. This is a go-to move.
Pull back, inside left, step back, loses the rock.
Do it to God.
Legs are feeling a little bit heavier. Nasir Core right now, top of the key, a couple of jabs. Gets to that left.
Body man.
Nas to the line, shooting a free throw. This is a great foul by Jay Wright though.
My voice is gone. Jeez.
Nas to the line, shoot one. Misses it. Oh,
Toilet bowl. This is it.
a bucket here can win it.
Don't back it. You can still shoot that. He's gone. He's gone.
Ball game, Nasir Core. What a bucket to finish it.
Probably 1-7.
Way to compete though if you're Jay Wright. Want to give a huge shout out to him for competing the way he did. The best in the space. Nas with a 30-23 victory. Against Jay Wright.
First on my event yesterday, got on fight this morning, you know, and just had to fight. I feel like I kind of pulled my hamstring in the middle of the game, but you know, he got hurt too, so we were both playing bruised. He's a hell of a player, you know what I'm saying? He ain't scored 2,000 points in college for no reason, so he put the ball in the basket and he guarded a lot better than I thought. So this is a hard part, though, you know what I'm saying? Go back to the lab, fix some things that I see, and you know, keep the street alive. Yo, shout out to you, the Blueprint. Any upcoming matches that you know about? Summer League, Jonathan Simmons. Let's do it. Archie Goodwin. Let's do it. You heard him, the Blueprint, with another W, a regular day in the office for him.
most people benefited from that happening. Let them more you people. They were your pattern. Any man can be loud. That takes nothing but discipline, no growth, no self-awareness. They can consider confidence, choose silence over respect, standards over shouting, excellence over ego. That's the game of great. Silent was real ignorance. The decision was made before the moment allowed. This is what men raise their voice. Strong men raise their standard.
Right before God is about to elevate you, He will give you the hardest fucking knowledge. At the same time, He will reveal the hearts of people around you. Because God already knows your heart. He knows you're trying to bring everybody up with them when He thinks. He knows you're trying to help people. He knows you put people on, take people to the next level. But He also knows people around you. Here's your nice old back for you.
Look, I'm not asking you to go full-time.
You just cruising. You just cruising, baby. This shit ain't nothing. Let's go. Let's go. You just cruising. A minute and a half, man. You need this last minute and a half to win the fight. You need this last
this. And thirdly, you need to be as grateful as possible for the person who's ungrateful people are not your parents love them. Thankful for all the things you have. Be nice to your partner, be nice to the waiter, be nice to the taxi driver. Go through life with a grateful heart, kind, open, really approachable. Be a great, nice person. You'll be surprised at what you person.
Yeah, I just interrupted your scrolling, and I'm so excited for this to reach no scroll. I know you want to scroll everything you have, and that was what you attempted to scroll. And you should attempt to move on. But I need you to realize you staying and watching this video is going to help someone be fed. It's going to help someone get sheltered. It's going to help someone be delivered from their problems. It's going to help you. Look, I'll get straight to the point. Now that you know, you could stay for this entire video. Genuinely, this is one of the most important videos that you will watch today, if not the entire video. Honestly, someone is dependent on your attention span. Now you're screaming to get to the point where I've already told you where this is going. See, I'm going to read something from you straight out of my Bible. Again, you're going to feel the need to scroll, but if you can watch this all the way through so you can realize the point that I'm trying to make, someone is dependent on us staying and watching this for their prayer to be answered. Like, I'm going to read you something straight out of Proverbs. Whoever is kind to the poor lends to the Lord, and He will reward them for what they have done. When you're giving to someone, you have to understand that it's a direct reflection of what Christ is calling you to do. You have to understand that the Bible also says in James, it continues that by saying, suppose a brother or sister is without clothes and daily food. If one of you says to them, go in peace, keep warm and well fed, but does nothing about their physical needs, what good does it stay with me? Stay with me. See, in Matthew we read, it says, the king will reply, truly I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. See, if you don't know who I am, my name is Caleb Partain, and I am the founder of Chosen Ones Give Back, and we have done so much good with the help of you guys because of videos like this. I need you to realize that when you are serving someone that can do nothing for you, you are serving Jesus directly. Whatever you did for the least of these, you did for me. Now imagine there's someone outside right now that could be in their position. And imagine that there's someone outside right now that is freezing cold. There's someone outside that lost their ID, that their mortgage got closed down. Something happened in their life. They got addicted to drugs. They need some level of deliverance. And then there we are to uplift them, to help them. See, if you don't know who I am, like I said, my name is Caleb Partain. And my team and I go out to different communities. Whether it's I or my team, we go out to different communities and we help deliver people. We help put people in shelters. We help people get their IDs back. We simply go out of our way to help families in need with so many more different things that started off as little Bibles, waters, and an idea, and is now turning into a full-blown foundation. But we cannot do what we do without you guys. You got to keep this under 3 minutes. If you can go click the link in my bio, there's 15,000 you went out of your way to send $1. It adds up, and you are helping us answer someone's prayer. Look and check on my page, and you will see the fruits all over, and you will see how much good we do. Yeah, I just interrupted your scrolling. I'm just...
LinkedIn can't make your boss less cringy, but we can help you find a new job.
Once you get a taste for something different.
disappeared.
Wednesday we have even a bigger meeting, party meeting, in which we go even more adapt. What we talked about in this meeting is the things that we have to focus on as a brand, and one of those things is to get our break-even ROAS down.
We have a raising doors, they win.
You a part of my team, like, I'm only doing little. So you gotta be on the same sheet.
First of all, there's no secret formula. They're not.
Spend before you are break-even. Some of the tip is down because if we get this number down, we can scale our company. This is something we should look at.
Yeshua, them dirty ass Jordans can't keep my feet. No play.
You can become a national.
Praying woman has no competition with the women from street. None. Zero. Someone told me something once that I...
You don't ask God for easy life.
With your current website, with your current brand, like what is your break-even ROAS? And if you get this number right, and if you get this number down, then you can of course scale on a lower number, what makes it easier for you to grow to bigger numbers. So we talked a lot about this. We also talked a lot about our conversion rate, because we saw that our conversion rate dropped, especially since the rebranding, because before we did certain things, pushing our conversion rate with certain guarantees or certain other elements on the website, push our website, and now I see that we went in some ways too much on plan, and because of that our conversion rate lowered. We're now looking what were those things that we did before, and what can we bring back in the website to help our conversion rate go up again.
I go to this, there's nothing that you use to you're not tricking. Why?
So it was a good meeting. Also, as I third party meeting that on Wednesday, like a full deep dive. I worked out a full presentation of our strategy for the next few months. Yeah, exciting stuff. The good thing is I really did some good analysis myself, and also with the help of AI to really find what things in the business are not going well and where the opportunity is. This is how you guys optimize, making things better. So we do it now. We do a lot of insights, as you already mentioned. So now it's just a matter of implementing all that as soon as possible.
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Sorry, man, I want to talk about it.
So we just had a buy-in meeting. We went over the full year plan, what we're going to order for Black Friday, what we're going to order for quarter four. What we can do with the Bruno is that we can chase it to 1,000 and then set the full price. A lot of calculations, but we finally came to a conclusion what we want to buy, how many products we want to buy, what the prices are, which items we want to focus in terms of ads. Yeah, it's good, designing stuff. It's always good to dive deep into this because you take risk, calculate risk, because the buys that we place, it's not just a few $100,000, it's like 3 million, 5 million that you pay. So it's a lot of money, so it's good to always dive deep in it and come together with the full team and even with marketing. So yeah, finally done, but I'm excited for this new collection that we're going to launch this fall winter 2026.
Morning guys, back at the office in the Green Beast. Yesterday had a good productive day. so it will also be good. So yeah, excited stuff we're working on. There's so much more potential in the brands and things we do, so much more things to improve. Yeah, just to try to keep everybody sharp and coming with the right strategy to scale to the next level. What I always do is I'm going to double check myself in terms of the pictures for the website if I delete anything or change. Here you don't see the details enough. I like this picture more. So today we have a lounge with 18 new items and 4 different styles in multiple colors. So this Arcadia shirt, really beautiful shirt as you see, the team is everything in it. Then we have here the 2-in-1 jacket. So this is like a jacket, it's also a body warmer, it's really sick. And we also have this beautiful tracksuit, 365, multiple colors, really, really nice. You know, you can wear this to the gym, you can wear this to work, pretty much, you can do this for everything, because we made it of like an active material. And then we have like the Santoni polo in multiple colors. So that's it for the lounge. So go to the website and get your orders in, guys.
You can do this. You can be the person learning with history. You can transfer devices, not their computer.
also Lieutenant Claire.
And then to my left, you have an undefeated former champion looking to take over a second weight class. Tickets are available over at Ticketmaster.com. And if you can't be at the Barclays Center on Saturday, you can watch the ride live on DAZN. Both fighters are up here on the stage, both trainers, both promoters, and we also have the Vice President of Marketing, Alfie Sharman, sitting over here to my right. Alfie, it is a great time to be a DAZN subscriber, a great time to be part of DAZN because you're signing promoters left and right. You got a new deal with Turner kicking off next week, and on Saturday, you've got one of the biggest fights of the year, the biggest fight in the junior middleweight division between two undefeated stars.
Yeah, one of the biggest fights in the world. Listen, thanks everyone for coming out. What a fight, what an occasion, what a moment for the sport. As you say, Zayas versus Boots Ennis for me is absolutely everything that a fight fan could possibly want, from a pay-per-view blockbuster event to world champions, to absolute stars of the sport that have already achieved so much, set against the backdrop of New York. It feels like we really are in the centre of the sporting universe this week. And for me, the biggest thing, the best versus the best, I think perhaps this doesn't quite happen enough in the sport of boxing, so I want to credit both fighters' teams, and of course Matcher and Top Rank for coming together to make this fight on our platform. As you say, Todd, huge moment for us. Next week we have Abdullah Mason returning to the ring for our debut show on TNT Sports. We have the return of Diego Pacheco in July. We have William Zepeda, Lamont Roach in August, the return of AJ in July, and then the return of Saul Canelo Alvarez on the zone exclusively in September. When I look at those fights, the fights that we've already delivered in 2026 so far, I have to say that this one does genuinely stand out. And I'll tell you why. So I think the winner not only is going to be a continued unified world champion in Zonda's case, or potentially a two-weight in Boots, but the future of boxing in North America and potentially the world. So I urge you to tune in on Saturday. Don't miss this spectacle, don't miss this moment on the undisputed global home of boxing. Thank you.
All right, Eddie Hearn, I think he's getting you covered in the schedules. You don't have to handle that. You did well with that one. It's been a long road for you to get here with Boots Ennis. You had some stops and starts months ago with Virgil Ortiz. These negotiations went on with Top Rank, but now here we are, finally at a fight that you believe is going to make Boots Ennis a superstar.
Yeah, thanks, Chris, and again, thanks to everyone for attending and all your help promotionally, and to DAZN as well. Alfie's alluded to the schedule. Very proud to sit up here as really their first partner in boxing, and to see where they are now as the global home of boxing, incredible. Thank you to Top Rank. Thanks, Carl, Todd, Bob. Great partners to work with, always have been. We've got a great rivalry, which we're about to turn around on Saturday night. And thank you to Xander Zayas, because he's doing what great fighters should do, to try and prove that he's the very best. And I think at 23 years old, already established as a superstar in the sport, to take this kind of risk, we need to thank him for that, and the fans need to thank him for that. So thank you to everybody over there. Over here, you know, I was talking to Bob Arum earlier, and he was telling me the most incredible stories about Sugar Ray Leonard, Burns, Hagler. Well, this is one of those guys. What you're about to see on Saturday night is one of the greatest performances from an American fighter that I think you've ever witnessed. I cannot tell you the excitement that exists within the team. The smile that has been on this guy's face all week, because this is the moment. This is the moment that he's dreamed of his whole life. To show you and show everybody in the world how great he is. And this is a massive moment for our team. This is a massive moment for Jaron Ennis. And these are great people as well. These are boxing people. This young man has lived in the gym with his father for years, decades. I want to thank the entire team, Everett, Ivan, Bozy. What amazing people. And it all comes together on Saturday night. It's only the beginning, because he's racing all the way to pound for pound #1 of the sport. But Saturday is just the beginning to show the world how great he is. And again, no disrespect to Xander Zayas, what a fighter. 58-0 between these two. But on Saturday night, you're going to see the future of the sport of boxing. This is going to be one of the most clinical, brutal displays we've ever witnessed. And the packed out stadium in here in Brooklyn, and everybody watching around the world on DAZN is going to turn off their TVs, is going to walk out those doors and say, this son of a bitch is an animal. Let me tell you, you have no idea what you are about to witness on Saturday night. This is going to be, you're going to leave with your jaws wide open, with the hairs on your neck standing up, because this is the pound for pound number one of the sport of boxing, and you're about to see.
Think you're ready for this fight, Eddie?
I'm so fucking pumped, it's unbelievable.
Todd DeBoff over to my right. Should also note that the great Bob Arum sitting here, front row. New knee, ready to go, Bob. Locked and loaded to be ringside for this fight. Good to see you back here in New York. Todd, you have promoted Xander from the very beginning, the youngest fighter that Top Rank signed at that time. I believe he's 16 years old when he signed his deal with Top Rank. Now he's getting ready for the biggest fight of his career. You've acknowledged this is a dangerous fight for Xander Zayas. What is your confidence level in Xander going into this fight?
When we announced the fight, Eddie told me of another plan that he would have had for us if he had Xander Zayas. And I just, I said, we all thought about that. But, one thing that I really love about it is being in the side of the business is listening to your fighters, listening to their teams. And there's nothing like getting the motivation when the fighter wants it so much that you can't even, it's palatable. He just wants to win. He wants the biggest challenge. So not only are we talking about a fight, we're talking about two guys that are in their prime. There isn't some guy that's older and he's had his thing. These are two guys in their prime, at their peak, going at it. And Xander has delivered every step of the way for us. And every step of the way, he says, bring it on. So I know Eddie thinks we're going to see this masterpiece on Saturday night. And, he should rightfully say that. But I'm telling you, I've never seen a will like this. I've never seen a Puerto Rican island just explode with enthusiasm, just wanting another superstar. The next Trinidad, the next Cotto. And Xander knows it's him. So we're bringing Puerto Rico back to New York, and it's in Barclays on Saturday. And he has a lot to say about that. So, and he's got his hands full on Saturday.
All right, both promoters clearly ready for this fight. Let's find out if the trainers are ready for this fight. I want to start to my left with Bozy and his father and trainer of Boots. And Bozy, just tell me a little bit about how this particular camp has gone and what kind of fight you're expecting on Saturday night.
Well, first of all, it's gonna be a good fight, between him and Xander. But it all depends on how Xander is coming. He gonna box, or if he coming straight at us. We got something for it either way. But the camp is going like it normally go. Boots don't change nothing. They do what they're supposed to do. He stays in the gym. I don't have no problem with him at all. I don't have to tell him what to do because he know what to do. So y'all will see when it comes Saturday, who's gonna be the next junior middleweight champion of the world. You're talking to him right now.
You mentioned how Xander comes out, and you've said in interviews this week that if Xander comes forward, it's going to be a short night.
Oh, it is. If he come forward, putting pressure, like I seen fight a few other guys, it's not going to last that long. But he going to get out there and box, might last for maybe 6, 7 rounds, something like that, 8 rounds. Other than that, it's over.
You've been complimentary of Xander's skills, but you've been clear that Boots is levels above him. Why do you believe that? Why do you see that?
Well, like I said, I like Xander. I would like Xander's style. I like the way he boxes. I like the way he fight. And Xander, he have a lot of heart, man. Anytime you're taking a fight with Boots and don't care, who he is and nothing like that, I respect him for that, And like I said, Boots is on another level. See, but you haven't seen everything that Boots can do. Nobody never bring it out. If Xander bring it out of Boots, and our committee want that. That's what I want. I want him to bring it out of Boots. Make him go to another level. We never go to another level yet.
You said this is now your second camp
with Boots fighting at the 154-pound limit. You were talking to us this week about how, hey, he's fighting and beating and hurting big guys. He's knocking out heavyweights.
Boots had to spar bigger guys, man. He had to spar bigger guys. That's why when Xander was saying that Boots was a bully, you know what I mean? Now he's the bully now, he said, because he's bigger than Boots, right? All right. Boots been sparring big guys, like heavyweights, and stopping them. So, I mean, that weight difference, that don't mean nothing. Xander gonna be a little bigger than Boots. Doesn't make a difference. He gonna see Saturday night.
All right. Thank you, Bozy. We'll turn over to Javier Centeno. Javier, when we were here a couple of months ago, when it was announced, you told me that Xander came to you and explained how he would win this fight. How have those preparations gone, and are you seeing that path to victory?
Preparations have gone well, and we stay true to what we mentioned before. We see certain things that we can take advantage of, and of course I won't mention them here, but Xander's the type of fighter that will go in there and stay composed and look for those openings that we need to take advantage of, and things that we've discussed in camp.
You've been on an incredible run over the last year, titles in both of your last two fights, but have you seen anything different in Xander as he's preparing for the biggest fight of his pro career?
Absolutely. The hunger's always there, but this camp has been quite different in that he sees that light at the end of the tunnel. And this is he knows that this is the fight that's going to take him over the top. He's a major star in Puerto Rico right now, but this fight makes him a major star worldwide.
You're not going to reveal your game plan, obviously, but you just heard Bozy say if Xander comes forward, he's getting knocked out. It's going to be an early night. What do you say to that?
Yeah, well, that's easy to say, but we're gonna go in there as a team and be smart about this fight.
You had something out there, Bozy?
No, I'm just telling you, just tell him to do it then. Tell him to come on. Tell him to come on forward and see what happens. Remember, like I always tell you,
that Boots comes out.
Listen, my man, let me finish talking. Boots fight inside and outside. So whatever Xander want to do, Boots can do.
Do you know a lot about the World Cup?
Yeah, a decent bit.
Which country is most likely to win the World Cup? France, USA, or Brazil?
Probably France.
France is...
All right.
See you Saturday.
I will see you Saturday. That's for sure.
Javier, what do you see as Xander's path to victory? What do you need to do to beat Hernandez?
Again, we'll keep that to ourselves, and we'll just show it on Saturday.
All right. Boots, we'll start with you over here on the left. You seem to be having a good time here at this press conference. You enjoyed everything Eddie had to say. Threw your head back as your father was talking. Kind of, what are you feeling right now?
Man, I'm feeling great. I'm feeling tremendous, man. It's work time. I'm trying to have some fun, put on a beautiful show, and make it great. Come Saturday night.
What has this camp been like as you're preparing for this fight?
Camp been tremendous, man. I've been enjoying myself. Putting in all the hard work. Getting a lot of different work with different guys, and camp is going to be phenomenal, man. I just can't wait to show my skills, my ability on Saturday, and show the world I'm the best in the world, and become a two-time unified weight division champion. It's that time. This is my show.
Your father said, and we're just talking about how if he comes forward, it ends early. Like, how do you think he's going to fight on Saturday night?
To be honest, I don't care how he fight. It don't matter what he do. We ready for everything. We had every style in camp, so it don't matter. Whatever you want to do, we can do it. So y'all know my slogan. We in it all like a robbery, so that's what we gonna do.
That's a 2-belt world champion, career-long, or almost career-long, 154-pounder. But you've said all along, I'm levels above him. There's nothing he can do better than me. Why do you believe that?
Like I said before, solid fighter. You're a world champion for a reason. But it's just levels. It's just levels, and I'm going to show come Saturday night and show my skills, my ability. I can't wait, yo. I'm trying to tell y'all, I cannot wait.
Only a couple of guys have gone the distance against you. Do you see this fight going the distance?
Y'all know my slogan. I'm in out like a robbery. Me, by winner, by KO.
All right, Xander, we'll turn to you. Big chance for you defending your titles. You've been just excited about this opportunity. Sitting there, big smile on your face. How are you feeling just 48 hours before this fight?
Man, first off, I wanna thank the Zone, Top Rank, Matchroom. I also want to send a message to Venezuela. They had a big earthquake last night. I got a couple friends out there, so I hope everything is good. If you guys need any help, my heart is with you. You guys can contact me, and I will provide any help I can. With that being said, man, I'm excited. 48 hours, man, it's a dream. It's what you've been dreaming of since I was a kid, since I was 5 years old, wanting to be a world champion, wanting to be in big fights. I get to do it. First pay-per-view, Barclays Center, New York. I'm excited. I'm gonna take over the world like I've always been doing.
You know, he's been saying that he does everything better than you. You've been pretty specific about things that you do better. You've called him flat-footed. You've called him in the past kind of a weight bully there. What are some of the things that you believe you do better?
I think I do everything above everybody. I feel like I always make the adjustments, and that's what great fighters do. I'm not gonna sit here and take away credit from what he is as a fighter. He's a great fighter, and I've always said it. And Saturday night, I will prove why I'm better than him.
You're obviously not going to reveal all your strategy here, but what are you gonna do? What is the key to beating this guy?
Be smart, have fun like I always do. Be smart, have fun, keep a smile on my face, and break it down little by little.
How do you break down a guy like this?
I'll show you guys Saturday night.
Boots, do you think you can be broken down?
Excuse me, what you said?
Do you think you can be broken down by Xander?
Yo, just make sure y'all tune in on Saturday night. That's all I'm gonna say, man. All the fans, supporters, everybody's gonna be in the building. Don't get up to get no food. Don't get up to get no popcorn. Stay in y'all seat and don't blink. Please don't blink. Oh my God.
Xander, you said in the build-up, you said Boots has been trying to bully you during this promotion, that he has no idea what he is walking into. What do you mean by that?
No, I feel like he thinks it's gonna be an easy night, and let him think. Saturday night, I will come out there, and I will do what I do at the highest level like I always do. I will make the adjustment like I always make them, and I will come out victorious. That's all that matters to me.
You're the naturally bigger guy. Is using that size going to be a weapon for you?
Everything is going to be a weapon to me. I'm going to use every advantage I can, every advantage I have, every opportunity I have, and I will capitalize on it at the moment. And you guys will see what a unified world champion is on Saturday night.
Last two fights, you've won those back-to-back titles. What are people going to be saying about you after this fight?
I'm the best 154-pounder in the world. That's what it's all about. Legacy. Keep building that legacy. Keep building the history. Keep building the resume. And Saturday night after the fight, everybody's gonna say I'm the best 154-pounder in the world.
Boots, are they saying the same thing about you after the fight?
Most definitely. They going on Saturday night. They gonna be like, man, this kid is amazing. They gonna be like, yo, you never seen nothing like it. I feel like these guys can't do what I do, and they don't carry out how I carry. And I'm gonna show the world, like, it's just really, like, there's really levels. And on Saturday night, you will hear the words in the new unified WWE Short Champion of the World, John Boots Ennis.
Do you think there's any possibility that he's right, that you don't know what you're walking into with this guy?
He don't even make no sense, but whatever. We'll see Saturday night. Mr. I'm flat-footed, like what? Like, whatever, but it don't matter. We're gonna see Saturday night, and all the stuff he was saying this, saying that. We're gonna see Saturday night, and I'm gonna show the world and him what I'm really about. He gonna see straight like that.
While our nation's best are giving their blood, sweat, and tears on the pitch.
I'll see you Saturday night, 48 hours.
Okay. We gonna see.
Alright, we're wrapping up there. We'll face these two guys off 48 hours away from the unified 154-pound championship. Xander Zayas defending his titles against Boots Ennis live here at the Barclays Center, live worldwide on DAZN. We'll be back here tomorrow for the weigh-in, and right back here again on Saturday night.
starts to feel nice. How important is your body punching in this?
in a row. You came back for IMG and a body by Remy to sign one. And I ain't never ended up, but I'm fighting for this game. You know how long I waited for this shit? And I gotta spend my whole money. My birthday's next week. This game is it. I'm hold my breath too much. I've been watching Love Island with you since episode 1. I'm like, it's cool. I don't even want to connect just like the count favorite. They got love to talk fucking back. But time you're begging this promo, like if you broke, just say that. I'm starting to think that's why y'all been buying me game. If you a real kid money, my cash not gonna be below, bro. Now spinach. Also think about it like this. Men are supposed to be providers and protectors. GTA taught me how to fight. It also taught me a lot of other things that we don't gotta necessarily talk about. But yeah, if you need a broke, my cash is
Minnesota Timberwolves. Y'all get the coldest move in the game. You wouldn't got that memo. Yes. Get the other two ball points. They would be the most watched team ever. Those people out there. You don't think I'm just talking? No, I'm not. Never came with anybody else. But I tell you, with his brothers, I guarantee y'all a championship. The chemistry and the goddamn speed of the game. I'm talking about boys who play by themselves. Put together. You can't beat them. Get what I am. Hey, Ron, you already a superstar, so you know what to do. You would take a chance. That's what come up with that start, the team chemistry, morale in the locker room, whatever you want. Wherever the ball boys together, can't lose. You want the championship. Trust me.
So to the online fitness clients,
UC ward number 3, present. I chose number 4. These new beginnings, obviously we come to DC. Just wanted to have a new number, so for UC ward number 3, present number 1 game, long time, was that me? Got 4. I chose number 4.
Am I type you nigga with dreads? Light skin with purple right here? Nothing. No, you have to have dreads, some tattoos. Really? Always so. Like that. But like, you know, some tats. I like it like that.
Yeah. Ladies, how about you? What's that?
as we were in school yesterday, my food came inside of a robot. I got like a building thing or something. I never seen that before. So, towards all you thank you for buying those tickets. I hope that you see you very soon. And then you got the short. Get out. Cut the camera too. Big turds and short.
You're supposed to teach me, like, you're going to stretch before you bath, like, don't get loose, I'm just doing it. I think if I rent y'all,
Warm up the thighs, the double group. You know, a little bit like, you know, 6 and a little bit opposite way. No, I'm joking. I get it. I get it. We're going this way. My head on the swivel, head on the shoulder. Yep.
I made a pregame check. I gotta do that first week. I gotta like the coach on purpose. No matter if it's good or bad. I'm gonna give out a technical foul. At least when I give out one. I'm gonna dunk at halftime or middle of the game. I'm gonna ask a fan question. Don't give me a number one bench. I'm going to attack. Hopefully they play into it. I'm gonna block the shot. Mid-game. I'm gonna eat there. And I'm gonna call the timeout. Just use that. Should be pretty easy.
Oh, yeah, one thing I forgot is not the don't be distracted by the sides.
Nobody's gonna get hurt. Only thing that's gonna get hurt is the feeling. Just lock in.
But it's not only that might not be what's tonight. Comes fast.
Yeah, I'm not taking it late.
Let's get it.
With Robinhood, you can securely trade and sell crypto on a platform trusted by over 26 million users. Give me just a minute, Give me just a minute,
Yo, I don't know if I'm ready to ref, bro. I don't got no whistle. I jumped too high, bro. My neck is above the rim. What's up, Maddie?
How are you?
I'm good. I'm ready.
First, I need you to get changed, and I need you to put this underneath so we add some weight to you.
How's that feel? Fake.
And then we have an afro wig we're gonna put on you too. So I'm gonna wig cap you.
For afro, just bringing back memories. I used to wear this when I was a kid.
And we're gonna age you a little bit, so these are gonna go under your eyes.
Just put it on.
I got you a different type of nose, so we're gonna put that on. We're gonna do a mustache, a goatee. So these are gonna be glued onto your face.
Fuck, bro.
It's a mirror and I've yet to look back. I'm EJ? Nah, y'all just said my name's Herbert.
Your name is Herbert?
Yeah.
Yo.
Yep, okay. We'll look at yourself.
Oh,
Fuck, bro.
yo, nah, that shit kind of looks real. Oh, I can't have no Face ID. Yo, what's that? I'm scared, bro. Yeah, I look nasty. Wait, let me see. Let me take technical calls away. Let me see if you really have. Alright.
Here we go. I'm late right now. Game already started.
Yeah, we're starting first from job.
Come on, Ray, do something. Do something, man. Do something, man. Yo, that's a travel game. That's a travel game. That's a travel.
5 minutes late.
He's a little late. I like his hair though.
You gotta shut the ball yet, yo. You gotta shut the ball yet. Come on, let's get stressed. Come on, yo. Yeah, he just got the ball. He shut the ball. Oh my God. I'm trying to help you out. I'm trying to help you out. Come on. Hey, what was that? Building houses. Sheesh. Another one, yes, sir. No. Oh my God.
That's crazy.
Yo, he's starting to piss me off, man. Watch out for him, Lane.
Niggas rocking with Lane.
Stop going up with that weak stuff, man. Come on. What grade is this? Understandable. Two.
That pulled out a muffin on me.
Sons. Yo, time out. I gotta use the bathroom, bro. I gotta use the bathroom.
Time out, I gotta use the bathroom.
I had the muffins.
Time out, I gotta use the bathroom, man. Let's go.
Who said that? I got some game now. I got some game now. White ball.
That's a foul. Black 9, blocking foul.
Yo, don't shoot after the whistle. Warning on 25, man. Yo, I'm about to start giving checks for dumb plays.
I got to go. Black ball.
Yo, he just throwing the ball out. Someone to make.
That stuff is really funny. I like that.
Yo, who shot that? Son. Yo, who shot that? Yo.
These deals, June 22nd.
He was teaching your brother how to shoot.
Straight. That's right. Straight. They said he was the best player out here. And with the first pick of the 20... You're not Kobe.
One shot.
Is that accessory? That's not legal accessory. You can't wear all
One shot.
Nigga trying to do it is crazy.
Do something good. Yo.
I got you.
The sleeve looks ridiculous. Where's your pops at?
Where's your pops at?
I'm just trying to figure out who he is.
Let him know. Where's your pops? Let him talk to you like that. Who he is.
Herbert.
What's been yapping right now? My alarm's going off. See this? Let me see. Shot for shot. What? Lining up on one. We in, right? Hey! We up there now. We up there. We about to start the second half. Second half. Yo, what kind of Yo, take a lane. Oh my god. I don't know what he's doing out there. Good call, ref. Yes, sir. I gotta get a free throw right now, though. Okay, boom. I'm a free throw right now. I called it 10 seconds. I'm getting on my calls. I gave a warning. Next one to set.
I'll destroy that ref. He's not fit enough.
I'll call you out. Joe, I'll call you out. Sit down, please. Sit down. I just need to hold you out. Foul. Number 9. On the way up. Oh my god. Let me show you how it's really. On the way up. Oh my god. Let me show you how it's really. That's how you go up and finish. What's the matter? I'm trying to help you. Hey, I ain't no old guy. Yo, next person to miss a free throw gets a 10. Oh my god, get out of here. Okay, lay a point. Yo, look at the score. No, they're up 20. Don't give me a text. One. Yo, if he miss, he might get a tech. I ain't gonna lie. Yo, miss, you get a tech. Alright. That's a little late. 2 shots, fouls on to do with the dumb arm sleeve. Why is he using his right hand on the left side? Let's check replay out, Luke. Yo, going the other way for a dunk, that was just stupid. Yo, I'm gonna try that, brother. Go the other way, bro. I like your game. You're a little saucy, but that was a little too much. Like, kids watch too much Kyrie nowadays. Oh, dump that. I just demonstrated how to dunk the ball. Do I need a lob? Do you think I need a lob? It's not that hard. It's really not that hard. When you do your daily plyometrics, you do your stretching, it's a little easier. It's really not that.
Bonnie, there's a package for you.
When you do your daily plyometrics, you do your stretching, it's a little easier. I advise y'all to go over there and stretch so you can dunk. Yo, I wish I had a post up though. Hey, check out. Good work. Oh! That's a flop. Lay D. I'm a ref. I know a flop when I see one. Step through. Good D. What's up, D? What do you do? What's up? Now, if you do miss the free throw, it's a take. Just letting you know. Can't miss the free throw here.
That nigga.
Nice.
He's a little nervous. He's gonna miss. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Tag, get on. Fight, shoot. Sleeve, arm sleeve. Everybody behind. Try dribbling less and just shoot, please. If you miss this attack, I promise you it is. Get laid, my boy. Get laid. Yo! Tag, what are you doing? Why are you talking to me? Are you still going? You're talking to me. I told you to stop and you continue.
You never said stop.
Stop. Get up. I'm sorry, bro. Got one shot, Tag. If your team cuts into under 15, I'll let you get back in. I'm gonna add 10 points. Yo, add 10 points for the record. Add 10 points. Black ball? Yeah. That was nice. So, y'all watch college basketball? Oh, who's your March Madness team? Okay. Who's going number one in the draft? Yeah, I'm at that kid. Who am I? My name is Herbert. How did I get all this weight? Bro, muffins. Yeah, I eat a lot of muffins, so it's cut. Yo, put y'all in the game. What team y'all on? Black or white? What's your team? How many of them is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Or 1, 2, 3, 4? Who do you want to keep in? I got y'all. I'm gonna put these boys in right here. I'm gonna put these boys in right here. You gonna rep today? I'm gonna put these boys right here. Why you gonna rep today? I'm gonna rep. Yo, come on. Listen. Y'all are disappointing. Y'all are not. We're putting them. Let's see what they can do. Everybody else sit down. I think I'm going that way. TikTok. Let's get it. Y'all know how to dance? What dance y'all know how to do? Everything. I heard this famous sound. Hold on, let me see. Maybe. Have you heard this one? Yeah, we still on to that. What's that? What is he talking about? Can't cross the line, bro. Can't cross the line. We do this little dance. Oh, y'all know this? Let's handle on there. I can lay him on us. Hey, ref, you gotta lock in, ref. Here we go. Yo, set it. Overtime. 58-58. Overtime.
We the people, in honor of America's birthday, are chasing 15 games on a Saturday.
Overtime. I'm gonna bless me shot. Yep. Y'all off. Let's get it.
me, so I no foul. Number 8. Foul. Ramp up. On the floor. Though. On the floor. That's my fault. That's my fault. Yo, I just said to get back from the 15. Yo, next time, body contact. I ain't supposed to do that, man. It's crazy. Yo. White ball.
What? Goaltending.
Yo, next point wins. Next point wins. Free for all. No fouls. Yes, sir. My name is Herb. I don't know who it is. Yes, sir. Y'all keep comparing me to that little kid.
If that is, that's insane.
Thank you.
If that is, that's insane.
Thank you.
Yep, it is.
How do you feel about my performance? Did your team win?
My team lost, man.
Oh, okay. Thank you. It was my first time on the job. So, when y'all play, y'all have to use your jab series. Jab. Think jab. Dunk the ball. If you want to teach me how to play, dunk the ball. We're counting that. That hit the backboard. It's not a wig, it's my hair. This is me, man. I'm Herbert. So call me AJ. Appreciate y'all. We played through the contact, man. Like, stop worrying about the rest, bro. This is my first referee job. My boy Lane helped me out. It was a great setting. Shot overtime.
You made it to another end of a video, and I'm very happy that you made it here. Click this video to do it again. Maybe you'll hear me. Guys,
I think it's funny.
Your next adventure starts in North Attleboro at Imperial Subaru, formerly Patriot Subaru. Same people you trust, same love for the brand. Now with the largest Subaru inventory in southern New England. We don't just sell Subarus. We drive them to the mountains, pack them for the coastline, and count on them for the daily...
of a time when you met a guy. Why'd you do that face? Why'd you do that face, Capricorn?
What do you mean?
You was like Capricorn, like this guy.
We'll save it for later.
Bad history. Okay, we'll come back to that. you know. Here's the thing. The only sign that could completely dominate a Scorpio is a Capricorn. So she probably had mixed feelings about a Capricorn and put her in a place. Oh, that's
I've never really talked to a Capricorn. They're normally too busy working.
You gotta make money. There you go.
True.
But think about that, ladies, when you met a guy and he gave you some really good game. For example, he got your phone number, but what he was doing, what he was saying, or maybe just said, you know what, like I'm gonna show her a good time and then, you know, make sure she's like comfortable. Think about then what he did to make you give his phone number or go out with him. We'll start right here.
Okay.
So back in time, you met a guy. He wooed you, maybe his game, his finesse. And he maybe got your phone number or maybe took you on a date.
So I'll go with
Maybe Daddy?
Yep.
Okay. Now 1 or 2?
Number 2.
Shit.
Okay.
So what happened?
I'll give him no fault, but so I'm from here, but I had moved to Michigan for a little bit, and I wanted to see what like the club scene was like. I moved to like a college town.
In Michigan?
Yeah, like East Lansing area, Michigan State is. Yeah, so I went to like this club out there, and I'm used to Miami life, so of course I show up at like 2 a.m. and they were closing. Yeah, so everything outside, and it was like we're coming in. football style, you know, like they're not necessarily in shape, but they're
Fucking big?
Yeah.
And so, my point's later.
Okay.
And then, is he successful? He's from Michigan. Yeah. Okay. And you left her, man, so of course.
Who left me?
Your man.
Nobody left me.
Alright, so then why did you bring him up? He left her with a kid. That's what he did.
That's what he did. That's exactly what he did.
I mean, that's what one had to do, right? Is that alright, man?
That's what my mom said.
You still went with it, though. Some milk. So, okay, thank you. What about you, PG? Back in time, you met a guy, not a client, by the way, just someone that.
Just
organic, you know what I'm saying? I'm just kidding. The facts, bro. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so what was the full question?
Back in time,
Yes.
you met a guy. He gave you some game. You're like, wow. And he gave my phone number, Instagram, something, because he's like really like my type. What do you do in that scenario?
Honestly, it wasn't like spinning game.
Gave you some game, you're like, wow. And give my phone number, Instagram, something, because he's like really like my type. What do you do in that scenario?
Honestly, it wasn't like spinning game. I probably asked for some bud, and then he's like, yeah, I got something.
Really, as a rap? Wait, so you were... You know, so it was a blunt, huh? Oh, yeah. No! Wow! I would use that term about 15 years. But there's a place in Miami, especially, called drug game. If you got like white, you got weed, you got whatever someone needs. So you want to party?
Yeah,
you want to party. You give them what they want. Let's go back to the crib. They're coming, bro. It's that easy in Miami.
Wait, she thought of hardest, the one, what's his name again? Cancer, Miss Cancer? Yeah, like, you're like nodding hardest, so you was saying that.
Oh, I'm just like.
Yeah, the weed you got going on right now. She knows.
Bro, it works. I've seen it happen. I got some weed showing it.
So now we started off as friends though, like I wasn't really like into him even after the bond, but then like we started talking. No. But like yeah, I mean.
Okay. How many blunts did it take to take the panties out?
1, 2, 3,
It took like probably a few days, honestly, because the first day it wasn't the panties, it was the top.
Oh, so he gave you that?
Okay.
I think it was the first day, but yeah, no, but then after that, like we were really close. But I left, so.
How'd you put that?
Because I left and he was like trying to tell me like, don't leave, you're gonna mess up, and I was like, yo, and then like yeah, I realized that now, I'm like yeah.
Do you regret leaving?
Okay.
Why?
That's some good weed.
Because he was there like when we was like going through some crazy, like we got into a car accident together and we
High?
I'm naturally hyper, so sometimes I like prefer weed. Like now I'm like off of kratom and weed, that's why I'm calm right now. But when I'm like not off of nothing,
wow,
I'm really hyper.
Kratom's like that mushroom.
No, kratom is like it's like if you're addicted to opioids, it helps you not get addicted, like reduce the addiction. Cause it's like an herb.
Why would you have an addiction to opioids?
Because you don't want to.
This is getting way past
It's like a
marijuana.
mental sedative. Is that a word?
Yeah, it does work.
Percocet, instead of a painkiller, really is more for the mind because you don't really want to think. Like for people that use it like that instead of.
I mean, women don't think as much anyway. So.
Alright, so
kind of
fellas,
offensive.
lesson learned here.
This is the truth.
Lesson learned here. 3 blunts. You're in there. All right. What about you? Back in time, you met a guy. He wowed you with his swagger game. Phone number, date.
He gave me this one. He gave me this one.
Pulled it out when he met you.
Yeah, he pulled it out.
You're missing steps here. Let's go back in time to the very beginning part of it. What happened in the very beginning? Was it like Instagram DM, in person?
Well, it was
Money?
like, no, it
The
was,
mic.
well, it was Instagram DM, like, first off.
Okay, what did he say? Was it like, what's up, or like, pull up?
Well, yeah, he was like, pull up, or whatever, what's up?
Was he verified?
No, he wasn't verified.
Was he an athlete, celebrity, black,
He
white?
was an athlete, and he was like half Puerto Rican, half black. And, you know, I found him fine as hell, and I just didn't.
No, he don't. He doesn't.
Was it the actual like pictures or the video? Both. I mean, so you know he's hot. Was it videos, pictures?
Well, it was like both. I mean, we were like in high school together, and I just thought he was like fine.
How tall was he?
6'2", 6'3", about that.
You said he's black and Puerto Rican?
Yeah.
Pause. Okay. And I was like, just because it was hot.
Yeah, he was just hot, and I just like came over to his house, and I gave him head, and I was like very horny, so I just went to his house.
Are you like that?
No, don't you this? No,
Oh, thank God, yeah.
I thought you want to rush.
Okay, so you're telling me the guy's hot? You just,
yeah, of course.
Because
I just pulled up to his house, and I just
I'm sorry, like 6'3", and she knew it, so. And she was
you went to the same school.
I know, she knew him, yeah.
Yeah, we went to the same school.
Okay. So right now, right? If I DM you, not me in particular, but somebody DM'd you, right? They were hot. You.
Well, now I'm changed. It was like.
Now it just changed.
Wait, no, that just really changed. Wait, scratch that.
Before I get Christian, you know what? I'm sober. I'm having just about 2 minutes.
All my in the chat that are, you know what I'm saying, popping. DM her and get some big up.
No, first she changed.
Pay up.
Wait, pay up.
Oh, wow. Pay up.
Yo.
I get it now. She gravitated from being a prostitute. Congratulations.
Correction,
What's your price? I'm married.
I know I'm a sugar baby.
Do you know a lot about the World Cup?
Yeah, a decent bit.
Based on my predictions, which continent will win the World Cup?
I hope Argentina will win, but it's...
I think he's a future superstar of the sport in Ben Whittaker. I mean, this guy, people talk about he's a showman, people talk about he's a big personality, people talk about him as a great fighter, an Olympic silver medalist, one of the top amateurs our country has ever produced, but a guy that is going to go on and rule the 175-pound division. One of the biggest stars in the sport. And this is a big moment for a young British fighter to make their US debut, to walk out here in front of a packed arena. The razzmatazz work, the personality, the profile, that's all been done now. Huge amounts of media as we move into a very important moment in his career against a very good fighter in Popeye Rivera as well. So you guys are not just going to see an incredible main event on Saturday, you're going to see the best young fighters from both sides of the Atlantic. And for Matchroom, on our behalf, this is a guy that sits at the top of our priorities in Ben Whittaker, one of the biggest stars in boxing in the weight-in and a future world champion at 175 pounds.
Thank you, Eddie. Todd DeBluff over on the other side, president of Top Rank. The phrase "no one develops prospects as well as Top Rank" has been said so many times it might as well become part of the company's official slogan. But here you are again with another top prospects, one of the most exciting fighters, young fighters in all of boxing, Emiliano Vargas, undefeated, has the legacy of his father behind him. What makes you believe that Emiliano is the next big star to come out of Top Rank State?
Well, first of all, I walked into the press conference today and I saw Fernando sitting there. He said, "I told you my son's the face of the sport." And so, as soon as you see him, and it just lights up because it goes back to my days when he was an Olympian in 1996, and I remember, you were going to be the face of the sport. So I think, there's something special. Our team has had our eyes on Emiliano for years, way before he turned pro and just as he was on this stage. What really makes that ability to find somebody that has that incredible, that shine as a marketability like Emiliano does, but it's also developing the right way. Our matchmakers, Bob and I stay out of matchmaking. That's why we're so good at this. We let the matchmakers take over because if not, we're terrible at doing it. But Emiliano has delivered on every level, and to put him into New York and to put this card together in New York when we're cutting through the greatest sporting event of the year by far, the World Cup. And to do this at the same time and be able to do that with a show like this, you have to build every piece. And by putting all of these fighters on the way we did it in our piece is amazing.
Yeah, it's going to be tremendous undercard. I'm going to begin with the fighters. I'll start over to my right with Jai Tucker. Jai, to say you're confident is an understatement. We had a chance to catch up with you earlier in the day. You said unequivocally that you are the best middleweight in all of boxing. That you are only a belt away from being recognized as the best middleweight in boxing. Explain that. Why do you believe that you are number one at 160?
I mean, the proof is in the pudding, nobody got a resume like I got in boxing without a world championship at this point. This is about my second or third Olympian that I fought, another top 10, top 5 ranked guy that I fought, you feel me? And only time won't tell. Saturday is not the first step, but it's just another step. It's to show y'all I'm the best. Right.
You mentioned facing another undefeated opponent, top guy who's also coming in with a lot of confidence. What are you expecting to show in a fight like this?
It's a show that no matter what, man, no matter how confident he is, no matter how hard y'all don't see it, no matter what, man, it's so part of me, bro. You feel me? I just can't wait to demonstrate that.
It's the guy that comes to fight, the guy that's not afraid to throw a lot of punches.
Yeah, all of us came to fight. Everybody throw punches, everybody train hard, everybody do this, but one thing I'm for certain about, you feel me, is he had nothing for me. I know you can hear me. And he had nothing for me. You get what I'm trying to say? For certain, 100%. Yo, BT up, guys. I'm on my Twitch stream. Say hi to the stream, guys. Say everybody say hi. Yeah, word. But yeah, for certain though, I'm so serious. I just can't wait to show y'all.
All right, looking forward to that to open the show on Saturday. Yuri Cedeno, Ricardo Solis is going to translate for us, but he said right away, you got nothing for him. What do you think you're going to bring to this fight?
Eury, estaba comentando que no tienes nada para él, ¿sí? ¿Qué es lo que vas a traer ese sábado en contra de él?
Él ni se imagina a lo que él se va a aproximar el sábado. Todo lo que está hablando vacuencia, no está.
Tú no puedes defenderme. Tú no puedes defenderme.
Ok, vamos a ver.
He said he doesn't have anything to show him on Saturday, basically.
Yuri, how do you see this fight playing out?
¿Qué es lo que piensas? ¿Cómo piensas que va a desarrollarse esta pelea?
Se muere, él no tiene nada.
We're gonna knock him out. He's gonna die there.
Belt to ass. That's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna destroy this guy. The only one that's dead is him and his team, bro. You feel me? All these guys, man. Watch, man. You feel me? I just can't wait to show you. If I could, I'd fight right now. It's just I can't. I gotta wait till Saturday. But hey, man, I said Saturday.
Tengo que esperar hasta el sábado para mostrarte y cómo golpearte.
Don't forget the belt to ass bit as well.
No, I'm sorry.
Belt to ass.
Yeah. Que te va a dar con el cinturón.
Vamos a ver, que no se comprometa mucho, que después no quiero ver la diferencia en el ring.
Yeah, he thinks that you're talking too much. He wanna see. Man, shut me.
Fuck up. I don't know if we can curse, man. I told you gonna see what's up on Friday, man. God de la boca. What you talking about? Wait till you see on Saturday, bro. You know what's up already. You can laugh and smile. I could talk as I wanted to, but I can't talk. Because when I get in the ring, bro, my hands go.
Nunca te enfrentas a un dominicano. Si puedo poner en tu casa para que tú veas. Aquí un dominicano de verdad.
I'm gonna run in your house. You're gonna face a Dominican like me.
You could never run in my house. You run in my house, I'll send you right back out. You could never run in my house.
Dominicanos somos locos, ¿verdad?
Never run in my house.
You know that the Dominicans were crazy, right?
What you say?
Tú sabes que los dominicanos son crazy.
Since when did I ever care about that? All of us are crazy. Look at what we all do. We punching people for a living, man. We don't.
Yo hablo en los reyes mucho.
Everybody here habla mucho about that, bro. I'm gonna see you on Saturday. Care about that?
I'll talk inside the ring, not outside.
Te quiero ver demostrando en el ring.
No me importa, bro. Saturday, yeah. Saturday, bro.
El sábado, Saturday.
Eso te dije.
That's what I told you, Saturday.
That's what I meant. I mean, you don't gotta tell me we signed a contract for Saturday. You don't gotta tell me Saturday. You know Saturday. You gotta tell me Saturday, nigga.
Shut up and respect me.
Te estoy diciendo, el sábado te lo voy a recordar.
Saturday, I'm gonna remind you.
You know what? Remind me of what? I don't know anything, bro. One thing I do know, you can't do anything about nothing, bro. Yo, after the first round, bro, we gonna come back to this conversation.
Lo que está hablando no está seguro de eso.
You can do
Está cerrando los ojos.
I'm about nothing else to say,
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Hey, man, I'm about nothing else to say, man. I'm gonna see you on
¿Por qué
Saturday.
cerrar los ojos?
Don't close your eyes.
¿No estás seguro de lo que habla?
You have to be sure what you're talking about.
I'm sure.
All right, hello. We're off to a good start. Mírame. Look at me.
Yeah, look at him.
Look at me.
Vamos para allá, mentira, aplícasela. El sábado la voy a mostrar, mentira.
I'm not talking. I'm gonna see you on Saturday. Keep that thing,
¿Qué te pasa?
That's a lot of dollars for you.
Nothing.
¿Qué te pasa? Contrólate.
Tu familia la voy a meter la mano, feo.
What you say? Say that again.
Oh, you don't want to know what he
Te
said.
voy a meter la mano.
What you say?
And in front of your family, they're gonna hit you.
Háblame a mí, que no con el que tú vas a pelear con
Yo, like I said, man, I don't got nothing else to say.
Me, not to him.
Yo, listen, unless you're trying to fight right now, don't talk to me.
Your Twitch numbers must be going through the roof. How's your stream getting?
I mean, shoot, the fans, they liking it, but I got a better show for them on Saturday, man.
Good.
All right.
I think it's a stage. The last time we were on this stage, we had the same thing going.
Good. Keep it coming.
This stage has got special. A lot of spice here.
Keep it coming. Listen. Keep it coming.
All right.
Don't stream Saturday. You can only stream it on DAZN.
All right, looking for that middleweight division. Big fight between two guys, two top young contenders in that weight class. Mitchell Rivera, big shoes to fill after that. You are always in character. Showed up at the fighter meetings in character. Now here you are ready to go as Popeye.
Always in character. You know, they call me Popeye the Sailor Man, but for some reason I kind of feel a little bit more like Mel Gibson in The Patriot. Ben, you ever seen The Patriot? He said what? Have you ever seen The Patriot? No, you're more into anime, right?
What do you know?
I kind of prefer the facts. You know, 1726. British tried to come. They thought that we were weaker. They thought that we were out-resourced. They thought that you guys would completely beat us. You know, the odds weren't completely against us, similar to how they are today. But I'm telling you, I fight with pride. I fight with youthful exuberance. And I'm telling you, come Saturday, them odds won't mean a thing. I'm very excited, and I really appreciate you for this opportunity. It's been a long time coming.
Richard, you are a big underdog, as you said, coming into this fight. You've only got the 2 losses on your resume. Both of them were close. Both of them could have gone either way. What is giving you the confidence right now that you can beat this man?
You know, as a fighter, you just go into every fight confident. You don't think otherwise. Otherwise, you just shouldn't be in the ring. You know, I'm here for a reason. I've been doing this my entire life, and it's about time it pays off.
You said during this week that you are largely unimpressed with Ben Whittaker. You say that his personality kind of hides the fear that he has in the ring. Why do you say that?
Well, I figure he's just somebody with a lot of antics, so as you see, I figured I'd keep my jokes outside of the ring and keep it very serious in the ring.
How do you see this fight playing out?
Like I've told the world before, plan A is to knock him out. Plan B, we just gonna beat him up.
All right, looking forward to that. Ben, we'll turn to you. Making your U.S. debut, you built quite the fan base over in the UK, quite the brand over in the UK. Now you get a chance to fight here in New York on the big stage here at the Barclays Center. You heard what Richard had to say. Any thoughts on what he had to say about you?
Yeah, it sounds cute. You know, it's just saying what it's supposed to say. But firstly, I want to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. You know, get me to this position. I want to thank Brooklyn for the warm love. And they were just going to slice him up and cook him, man. Now he's come up here with his pipe, looking a bit zesty. But it is what it is, man. He said the British are coming on part Jamaican tea. And you know what we did. Yeah, you know what we did. So yeah, I'll see you Saturday, man.
You know, he is an experienced guy with some good wins on his resume, competitive losses, very competitive losses. What kind of fight are you expecting on Saturday?
Yeah, he's a good fighter, man, but I just believe I'm better in every department. I'm taller, I'm quicker, got better IQ. I'm damn sure for a better looking too. So for me, I took all them boxes, and Saturday's word time.
I saw you and Eddie doing some shopping earlier in the week for some jewelry. Said a knockout will get you to head over to Van Cleef for some new hardware. How do you feel this fight's gonna end?
It can go anywhere I want it to go. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm prepared for anything in that ring. I've seen some chinks in his armor. He's talking about he wants to come and knock me out. That sounds like music to my ears. Because the way he comes forward, he's gonna get clipped with something sweet. If he wants to go on the back foot, he's getting broke up too. So for me, it's gonna be a beat down. And it's gonna be surgical while I do it.
Richard, do you think he's got the power to stop you?
Con Expedia, entre más viajación, más ganas.
Well, the thing is, I trained knowing he is strong. I trained knowing he is fast. I know that he is well prepared. But that's just the thing. He has no clue what he's up against. Popeye the Sailor Man. Choo-choo! Better know it, baby. Strong to the finish because I eat that spinach.
Yeah, we'll see, man.
All right, looking forward to that 175-pound division between these two guys. Bryce Mills, over to my left, looking like Jerry McNamara, hanging out there in the Syracuse outfit. Huge opportunity for you. You've been building up your name, fighting upstate New York area, Verona kind of area. Won 16 fights in a row since your first loss. How are you feeling about this fight going up against a guy like Emiliano?
I couldn't feel any better. This is the biggest opportunity I've had today, so I'm just very blessed to be here, very blessed to have this opportunity against the prospect of the year, and I'm going to prove to the boxing world that I belong. This is my moment. 16 W's in a row, but this W right here is the most important. There's no doubt about that.
You've been, and your team have been, talking to Top Rank for a while about this fight. You have been saying, I want to fight Emiliano Vargas. Not a top guy, you want to fight this guy, Emiliano Vargas. Why has it been so important to you to get this guy in the ring?
He's the prospect of the year. There's no better person to call out than the prospect of the year, right? I was in no position to call just the champion just yet, right? I'm early in my career, some would say. So calling out the prospect of the year, that's the biggest claim I can make at the moment. So I'm just ready to prove myself and prove that I belong against one of the best in boxing.
You've had some nice wins over the last few years. You stopped Aaron Aponte in the first round. You beat Alex Martin. What's different about you since that first pro loss?
Man, I like to say I'm learning on the job, and I'm learning with every single professional fight that I have. I came up, as you know, kickboxing background in the amateurs, so I had to learn on the job, and I had to take some fights early in my career that a lot of guys didn't have to take. I didn't have the glitz and the glamour out of the gates. I wasn't a signed prospect, so I had to come up the hard way. But I'm a completely different fighter, so it's tough to really say there's one thing that I learned from that fight. But, you're going to see Saturday night everything that I learned.
How do you see this fight playing out Saturday night?
I'm just going to have my way. I'm going to be in control from the time the bell rings, and I'm going to bring the fight to him, and I believe he's going to be able to take it.
All right, Emiliano, you laugh as you hear that. What is your reaction to that?
That's what he's supposed to say. I've heard that every single fight. I mean, look, all you gotta do is watch the elbows, because I know you're an MMA guy. That's how you got that first round knockout there in the Ponte. Make sure the commissioner marks that. He likes to use his elbows, but look, I'm ready to go. I mean, like I said, he's supposed to say that. He's in my way of my world title. This fight was supposed to be a former world champion, but he got the opportunity, and I'm gonna take full advantage of it. I'm either on his face or his ass is the way he's going down. So
you've been taking note of some of the things he's been saying this week. You were telling us earlier today of the talk of kind of how he's been pushing you a little bit. What have you made of kind of the trash talk going into this fight?
I mean, like I said, that's what he's supposed to say. So I'm gonna say what I know. I mean, he doesn't train at the intensity that I do. I know that for a fact. So I'm gonna do what I do best. I'm gonna go in there and be great.
You've been pushed deeper into fights the last 10 rounds 2 fights ago. You went 9 in your last time out. How do you think that's helped you develop as a fighter?
I mean, the experience is everything. You're not gonna knock every guy out. My last 2 fights, I was able to get the experience. As Quintana was taking his foot off the gas, I put my foot on the gas, and that's why I got the stoppage victory. We brought my Uncle Roger in, who's worked with Lomachenko, my father as well, who continuously wants to learn and see me grow, and we've been working a lot on different things that you're going to see Saturday night. So I can't wait to get in the ring. Something special always happens when we're in New York, from prospect of the year to my 45-second knockout at Madison Square Garden. Something always special happens. I'm different with the fans that always welcome me, and sky's the limit.
You think the win on Saturday is for you?
I mean, anybody could win, but it's how you do it. I know it's either going to be 10 rounds of dominance, or he walks into something ugly. I think that Bryce Mills is going to come with everything in the kitchen sink. I mean, that's his only shot. He fights like he has power. He only has 7 or 8 fights, but talking trash like he's a good puncher too. So I can't wait, and I'm gonna tell him to take his own fights. Don't blink.
Bryce is going to turn to you one more time. You think you got the power to stop it?
He'll fight on Saturday night. Don't blink. Come on, man. That's not. You can't take my
statement. You're not real punchable. You can talk like you have 20 knockouts out of 21 fights.
I'm not. I know you're dog, man. I'm speaking my game.
Keep on doing what you come with everything like you do, and you're gonna walk into something ugly. I promise you. I promise you. Not your trainer, not your family. Nobody who's here can save you. I promise you that.
I'm real scared, guys.
Yeah,
I know you're a tough guy.
Very tough guy.
Oh yeah.
And I'll buy you a new suit after, since you like complimenting me at the press. That's the first time I've ever been complimented by somebody that I'm fighting.
I'm sorry, man. I thought you look good.
Yeah, I know. I'll get you a suit after this fight for sure.
I love that. Thank you, man.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right, we'll end on that happy note then. All right, we're going to face these guys off, reset the stage in a couple of moments, come back with the main event press conference, but it's going to... a terrific undercard here at the Barclays Center on Saturday night.
prostitute. Congratulations. What's your price?
I know I'm a sugar baby. There's a difference. I'm a sugar baby.
Please tell me the difference between sugar baby and escort.
Okay, well, escort is like, yeah, sugar baby don't play.
Escorting also is not prostitution. Escorting is like company.
What?
Yeah.
No, hold on. Escorting is...
No, it's not.
What's escorting?
Escorting is like keeping them company. Prostitution is the part. That's what makes escorting legal.
It's like both. It's both.
She's right.
Escorting turned into...
Yeah, that's just...
I mean, it's like a cover-up. It's like a sugar.
It's the HIV that leads to AIDS. Come on, man. If you're an escort, you're going to be a prostitute eventually.
I mean, if you can run off on people's money, you
So everything was it. So everyone
No, I mean,
everyone else ran off. Is it the money? That's what I'm saying. Escort isn't a prostitute that they got you.
No,
So, but you told
If I already told them, hell no, I wouldn't go there and be like, yeah.
Once you rub down Friday, when you was like, I'm a prostitute,
And then, bro,
you can come get rubbed.
if it's, the rub is a whole different thing. The rub is a whole different, that's okay. The rub is a whole different thing though. It's like massage therapy, that's fine. So that has nothing to do with the escorting or the prostitution. Oh, robbing or rubbing?
When he came for the rub, did he come under the pressure he was going to see a prostitute or an escort?
When he came, some people, they say they want a rub, and that's all. Sometimes they ask me in person if they could get more, and I'm like, nah. Yeah, but like sometimes I'm like, no, like I have attitude problems. So.
Oh, really? You do? So hold on.
Most black women do.
No, Sophia, right?
Yeah, Sophia.
I'm part Italian, by the way, also. So that's something to do.
That even gives you a bigger temper, man. So she's looking crazy at the beach.
She got
I know, man. Italian and black, that's a crazy combo. Okay, so look.
Black people are not like white people be tripping too, right?
It's all white trash.
Whatever. So everybody.
Everyone can get it.
Yeah.
All right, yo, honestly, Tom and Fresh, I feel like I need some holy water. Back to you. So, again, I got our famous Watch the Show. It goes every night on the show. I know some of them are hearing my memory now. What does it take? Just DM, a car, pictures.
What does it take to like?
To get with you. Chipotle's. They want you right now.
No, not Chipotle's. I don't know, like money, like nice experiences, like
legit or is that oil?
Fine dining.
So you can't touch it, it'll burn you.
Shopping. Honestly, like anything.
Okay, we're gonna give you some holy water after this, okay? We got you. What about you? That's holy water.
That's not water.
Just like a lot of water.
Back in time, you met a guy. He wowed you. What do you do?
He wowed me.
Yeah, like, game impressed you. Forward you.
Well, I'll just talk about as of today.
Took her to Popeyes.
But this morning we went and got some smoothies and then went to the beach.
Wait, why is it white? Why does it have to be like this?
Yeah, kind of.
Most cooks are white.
Yeah, most cooks are white.
What's a cook?
Possibilities. Cook. Like C-U-C-K. Oh, yeah, that's different. So, okay, so you met on Instagram through a friend.
Yeah.
And he just said, I want to take you out.
Yep, we just went and got some smoothies and then went to go work.
What made you say yes to him? Was it his pictures? Was it his lifestyle? What made you say yes to
Well,
him?
he's a mutual friend, so we were already in the same area, so why not?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I didn't expect her to talk to a white dude.
Me either.
I do.
I mean, but to be honest, it's a good option for you, I think. At this point. Yeah, this. It kind of was, Ken. Just saying.
You said it.
And I know. She had natural hair. Okay, so you took you to for smoothies.
Yes.
Went for a walk. And then what
We
happened
went
next?
to the beach, we went to go work out. And then we were supposed to get some more food, but then,
You ate on
we
something
ended up
else?
here. Say it in love.
I said you ate on something else?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Wait, so you two ain't Spanish?
No.
Bro, really?
Hell white dude, man.
Wait, oh yeah, you're right.
I'm fine.
No, I thought it was
¿Para qué me están? Taller than me. Taller than me.
How much taller do you think? 6 feet?
Sure.
What is it for work?
He is a promoter.
Oh, okay. Promoter. In Miami?
In Miami?
Really? You cook, man. You cook. He's broke. You cook, man. Wait, question. Does the name start with R?
I don't know.
He's white? Okay. Might know who he is, Chris. Might know who he is. I might know, yeah. We'll come back to you. Thank you. Last but not least. Back in time, met a guy, game, touch number, took you out. What do you do?
Honestly, he was just like persistent.
Damn. How persistent? Every week? Every day?
I mean, like in the beginning, like we didn't think that we were ever gonna like see each other again, and then like after we kind of just like sent something, we had like followed each other on Instagram like after like his friends, like my friends, had met, and just after that, just like the persistence of just being like, hey, like what's like, how's your day been? Like, what you up to? And then I'm always like, I don't talk to people in my city, so we just had like a FaceTime dinner, and then was like
a FaceTime dinner.
Yeah, like a FaceTime dinner. So he just asked me like, hey, let's go to dinner. You know, like in your city, like blah. It's like let's just like have a dinner on like FaceTime. And I was like, sure. I was like, why not? And he was like, what are you in the mood to eat? And so then ordered me like a nice dinner like to my house, and then like also like when I went outside, like my DoorDash also brought me like this huge bouquet of flowers.
Ever do that? That's gay.
Well, no, I will say it was sweet. Exactly. I'm from Atlanta, right? So people in Atlanta are gonna split 50-50 all the time. So for someone to even be like in a different city to DoorDash me a nice dinner, a huge bouquet of flowers, like ice cream, chocolate, like yes, like it was yeah. This was like a while ago. And this was like, it was like one, I feel like this was still like to this day like one of the sweetest things. He told me, he was like, no. It was like
What did you?
no, I picked it's like a very like home style Asian restaurant like in my hometown that like I love, and ordered me like a really nice like dinner like to my place, and got me like, and it wasn't just like a bouquet of flowers that you get at like, you know, like I don't know what grocery stores they have down here. Like,
What's the total order? 300, 200?
It had to probably be close to like 200. And I was like, I don't know, it was very sweet. That's very sweet. It was very sweet. Like, you are clowning on someone who was trying to make it something from a whole different city.
One question. After he sent you all this food, did he end up getting the hit? Be honest.
on this one. No.
Okay.
We don't live in the same state, but like just because you take because if you're taking someone to dinner just to hit, then it's not even a date. Just because someone takes you to dinner doesn't mean you owe them you do not have to smash, and you do not have to hit someone if they take you out on a date.
They should. I'm seeing if you actually gave it up.
You don't live in the same state. They don't live in the same state.
Wait, this is very important. So hold on. He planned a FaceTime dinner date.
Yes.
He bought her food and bouquet of flowers.
Yes.
And he lives in where?
New York.
Yo, how far from you? See in Atlanta.
I'm in Atlanta.
So we're talking about 1,000 miles. If he thought he could hit, he could. Wait, so can he hit now?
Now.
Can he hit now? Look, he is. Nope.
I mean, I'm not gonna say that if he was sitting right in front of me and be like, yeah, let's like leave and like go back somewhere, because like for me it's more than just like dinner. Question as something that like I was just like, this is something that like was like, this is something like, doesn't matter the time difference, the distance. He was like, I want to treat you to something, and I'm gonna do it while I have people in my own city who won't even drive 20 minutes to pick up a girl. So like for me, like that sticks out a lot.
This is very good. So that was money I took for you.
Yes.
And it was, you know, a nice gesture.
Very nice gesture.
What's in it for him?
Yeah, like, were you into him or not?
No, honestly. What's in it for him?
I think he likes a little bit of like the chase and like the persistence. And like, no, because wait, he's 6'1".
6'1"? Is he wearing black?
He's Italian and Jamaican.
What the?
So he is a model and a real estate agent.
Oh my God, that's what they told you. Bro.
So
No, it's okay. I did a background check.
oh, he does. Okay, so he does do that.
So,
He's a model for Calvin Klein, actually.
Oh wow.
and this, you couldn't get on a flight to New York.
I have been on a flight to New York, but like, no, that's how we actually met. Is that I was in New York for New York Fashion
You came
Week.
to Miami with a look, but again, New York, did you?
I ain't talking to no one here in Miami.
You just came.
Wait.
Because I have friends down here, and I like do modeling down
But
here.
he's up there. He's a model too. Yeah. But put you up.
Actually, right now he's in California modeling for an AI agency.
So it doesn't matter. It's all a model.
So if I'm down here doing my thing, then he can go do his thing. We don't have to be together to be talking.
In the future, at some point in time, you guys met, you may smash. It's just maybe, possibly.
No, like that, bro.
Actually, with like the persistence and how much of like a gentleman he is and how much he gives me my space, then like yes, because because my thing is too. It's like also with like what I do for work. There's been people in the past who I've talked to or who I've dated because I travel a lot for both of my jobs, and it's like I'm like I stay with my girls, I stay with my coworkers, I stay like with my friends, and it's like to have someone who understands the industry that I'm in, and yes, because like I will always be where I say I am. I'm always with I say I am. Like I'm never on like any like strict anything like that. I did.
I got another.
Hey, he's been like advertise on your podcast for a while.
So, you had 3 bodies. Those 3 bodies, did they get you a bouquet of flowers? Did they order you food and offer you face off?
No.
There's no reason to be the good guy.
No.
You get nothing for it.
Why?
Nothing for being the good
No.
guy.
Why? Because we're not in the same. Because those people that I was seeing was in Atlanta. So like this person isn't near me.
Went all out. You could
Right.
have at least 20% for New York.
I mean, at least like it's a no. But even if I flew to New York, like I wouldn't smash them immediately.
Doesn't matter.
But why not?
Something.
Because I'm like for me, I'm like I want to like actually like sit down.
So it wasn't immediate with any of the 3 bodies yet?
No.
That's what she called
No.
herself.
Do the Miami either?
She wants this. Hold on.
No, never. Swear to God.
Right? She met a guy. And he never called you back. How would you feel?
Whatever.
Well, so you would care.
I mean, but like I don't do that. But if someone did that, I'd be like, all right, that shows me just who you are as like a person. So like.
So let's put it in reverse now. What'd you do to him? He's blue balls. So I'm gonna find out.
He doesn't have blue balls.
He wanted to, obviously.
Obviously, he didn't want to. If he's just like buying dinner or FaceTime, what are we gonna do? How am I gonna give you blue balls?
You're here in Miami, right?
Yes.
He is in California, right? Who's over there?
I'm here,
But that's my point. You're supposed to come here for possible gigs. He has a nice gig with AI software or whatever. You can get some work.
That's his thing. That's not my thing.
Yeah, but you never know. You can get some extra over there. Hey, you know what? This is my homegirl. Hook her up.
I don't need him to go to California and make my own
The
gigs.
problem is he hasn't earned a physical date yet.
And he has earned a physical date.
So, are you for his sake right now?
Yeah.
So, what are you waiting on?
I'm not waiting on anything. Right now, I have my own stuff. I have my own schedule. He has his own stuff, his own schedule.
Wait, how's your car right now? Or am I like in the right here? If that was you, really? Guess at least.
It's crazy.
No, I mean, up front, it's like,
You don't think so?
it came around though.
Are y'all only friends, or is it like what's your relationship? Honestly, it's like
Taylor, go ahead.
Over FaceTime them?
No, everything you told him. He's trying to see you actively. He's making sure you're good, checking up on you, buying you for dinner, bouquet of flowers, and he wants to see you. What'd you do?
Do I think he deserves to?
No, well, see him in person, maybe if you want to.
No, first, maybe yes.
Honestly, I think it depends. I was gonna say that. Anyway.
She's definitely Puerto Rican. She's definitely Puerto Rican. 100%.
Yeah.
Can you fuck that?
Well, ask the guys that
I'm not saying I'll pick up a bill for my man.
ask them, cause like, I mean,
guy's experience, so I can.
Experience?
Yeah,
Fresh. It's selfish sex. She lays there. Yeah. 20 on 20. Alright. What about you? Does he deserve something? Return? Date?
I mean, if we spend all that for Gucci, then probably won't. Depends.
You won't.
Because, like, why spending that much when I even know she go give you pussy in the first place?
I agree with you. No, but hold on.
Just being good. I mean, I think it's a friendship, and he just so happened and wants to spend that much. Like, I mean, if I had a friend like that and I had it, I would probably spend it.
You don't think he wants to smash? You don't think so? The guy?
How does he talk to her though? Like, how do you have like?
Nice, he's white.
Like, does he flirt with you
yes,
or like?
Roses.
I would say so.
Oh, roses. I forgot about the roses.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I mean, like,
would you fuck her?
But like,
I have a lot of people that are off for me.
You gotta fuck someone.
And it's not because like.
How many of you have done a little bit for you though?
No. I honestly like that's
okay. It's fine. Can you answer that?
He could if she wants to, but like if spending money doesn't mean she has to.
I agree with you.
Thank you.
No, that's so true. I agree with that. But let's be honest here. He obviously wants to.
Yeah.
And she doesn't option in Atlanta. Why go there?
He can't expect. Well, it's not like they came to an agreement. Like he can't expect. Or like it's not like they're like, oh, let's build something together and they keep talking, you know. It's like they just have a random friendship and just so happen to spend money that they didn't even talk about. Even like,
well then at least say, you know what? Thank you for the gesture for dinner and flowers, but I don't need it.
Oh, flowers.
See, I didn't know you were okay. The flowers, yeah, right.
At least you're not dinner and I was like, yes, like
at least if you're not ready for a relationship or something.
But like the flowers and everything, I didn't ask for it. I wasn't expecting.
But she said no, not.
Yeah, but she also said
I'm not leading one.
She can't give us
I don't
back.
think those things are showing expectations that you want.
No, we're just saying in actual put this right. To be honest with you, right? Maybe he will later on. But the point is, he's one, right? So I'm just saying, being a nice person or being into the person, which one do?
Being a nice person doesn't mean you're not gonna get it. It's just about how the girl. If you're being nice, it's okay. Think about the nice guy thing. If you're being nice and the girl just doesn't respect that, it's just like find another girl that's gonna be there and embrace your love because like
you're rambling.
I'm not rambling. I'm telling you, find a girl that wants that because some girls don't want love. Some girls just
okay.
I think that the gesture was very nice. If I was her and I was in that situation, I would have stayed in communication with him to see what would happen.
This can't
be interesting though. Right, I know you have to be because now you know where he is and what he's doing. So they communication. He did something because they're still talking. She knows exactly where he's at, what he's got going on. So he didn't do anything for no reason.
You're traveling.
She's a bar right now. This is any pocket.
I think that whoever that was, if they had the perception of a big wallet and they think they can get some resources out of them, they'll be open like 7-Eleven. Every single one of them. Every single one of them.
And this ain't gonna get how many of them really deny LeBron James?
Not 1 year. Come on.
Bro, I deny.
That's the thing though. We see it
You're assuming the rights to the whole women that you don't even know.
You're women in America. 85% of people are poor.
And you pay for something.
I'm married for 40 years.
I'm sure you should think about man.
I'm ready for this.
How you gonna throw that on Gary?
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
That's crazy.
So too many STDs out here, man.
You're assuming the wrong shit.
Look, dumb. I think that in this scenario, you're right. He doesn't. I want to say he's not. I'm not gonna get right, but let's be honest here. He's into you, obviously. He got a nice gesture, flowers, and dinner. At least reciprocate something.
Yeah, but like if you take this situation and you put us in the same, if you put us in the same city, I still just wouldn't smash like just off of that.
Hold on, that's fair.
Yeah.
Because there doesn't mean sex automatic. But just be on the odds if you're not getting nobody in your city. Doing that, be nice to you. See her almost every day. That's all. Just stunning. Okay, as a guy.
Okay, so how does it not? Because like for me, it's like I love that we have like the respect it. That is.
Respect? You don't respect him. Come on, man.
We have to respect that it's like we're both doing like our own thing. Just because you show interest in someone doesn't mean you have to automatically be together with them.
You know what I mean? First question. What are you doing for him then?
What do you mean, what am I doing for him?
What are you doing for him? Like he's paying for your dinners, like he's giving you flowers.
He's not paying for my dinners. We had a dinner.
But you know about that. Hold on.
Okay.
Well, you go for free, right? No, you got it. On the thing, you said 3 for free.
Yeah, we were dating. We were in a relationship.
So he did free. He's doing too much for nothing.
I don't think he's doing too much. You're taking one scenario out of a whole entire interaction with someone, and you're like blowing it all the way to here.
You had money in college, right? But that one still to you the most.
Yes.
What?
Because that was a very sweet gesture. That's a very gentleman gesture to do. Yes.
So this is supposed to show the balance point. The nice guys finish last.
That's not true.
He's in your career field. He has everything.
We have different schedules right now. We are in different states. That's not yours. Like this. No, because you're saying that this is like completely eliminating him. I'm not saying that this is eliminating him or off the table. Right?
He showed you the most interest out of any of the other games in your career.
Do you like him at all? That's my question. I do like him, yeah. Okay, so yeah, I do like him. But we don't have to be immediately dating. What is this? You're gonna be you're gonna do something, let's be dating.
You said nothing. I'm like, that's not enough.
I said not for the first meeting. No, what if I meet him and then the vibes are just not there?
So you know what?
If we're actually in person together. Yeah.
How about that?
Okay. You wanna say something?
No, I'm serious.
Yeah.
Would you?
Absolutely.
250.
250.
Sounds good. Let's tax. Time to pass.
That's crazy.
She was here. Interest too. The point is, from next time, the money. 100%. It's okay.
So to flip this though, so for guys probably definitely talk to multiple women at one time if they're just talking, right?
If they can. Most things can.
So yes. So there's nothing wrong with me having interest in this person who did something very sweet for me and we're not fucking or dating. Because I guarantee that men sometimes are just randomly talking to girls that they don't really have any intentions of fucking or even dating or seeing.
But
that's you. That's not everyone.
Is he every girl in their club?
I don't know.
True. You don't know. But let's assume off odds.
Let's assume off odds. Okay.
Who's doing that?
There's people out there that do that.
He said he's a model. I mean, off odds, he wouldn't have to do that much if he wants to do it all. That's what I'm saying.
Some people like to have effort.
That's crazy.
What? You think that most people are?
He do that for everyone. That'd be the problem. They think.
No, he's saying let's assume. I'm not saying that I think he does that for everyone. He's saying let's assume that he does that for all the girls,
You said earlier that you feel like he enjoys the chase.
Yes, you didn't say that.
Yeah, I do. He's not being chased at all, though.
I think he just enjoys chasing women because I would say he just into you.
No, I think he enjoys the chase of someone that he's actually interested in. I'm not saying that he's out there chasing every single girl that walks past his way. But I think
I got you. Let's call him right on the phone. Get the phone real quick. Let's make sure that he's happy with this current situation.
I want to hear what this
and see who's fucking up right now. Let's go.
You want me to call him right now?
He's not playing. Let's go.
He's probably asleep, but sure.
3 hours later.
Let's go, bro. Hey, he'll wake up for you. You'll see that let's go. He'll wake up for you. Yo, chat, is that good or what? That's good, right?
You sleep at 9.
Let's fucking go, baby. All right, get on phone, please. You guys don't mind. In the meantime, we'll do some chats when we break for this intermission with Brooklyn, New York. Let's go. Here we go. That's so funny, bro. Isn't that messed up, bro? You do all that, and I said, bro, good boy, keep chasing. So
the story is always that.
Dimos Perez said, Sophia, what's your future?
Oh, it already is.
Seek to improve my personal freedom to think, act, and live
live true to my masculine imperative in all ways. I believe each man has a sacred duty to mold his physical body into the strongest, more resilient, and most capable version of itself possible. I believe that men have the sacred duty to rigorously train themselves both physically and mentally every day. I believe that I have a sacred duty to only eat the highest quality foods possible to maintain my health, vitality, and masculine virality. I reserve the right to protect the sanctity of my bloodstream and make my own decisions about my medical care and procedures. I affirm the importance of endlessly improving my mental faculties through diligent work, study, and practice. I seek to improve.
David forgave Saul for trying to kill him, but he still didn't go back to the palace. Forgiveness does not mean. David forgave Saul for trying to kill him, but he still didn't go back to the palace. Forgiveness does not mean returning to the abuse. People do this all the time. They confuse forgiveness with reconciliation. They think that if you truly forgiven someone, you should be able to sit at the same table again, let them back in, act like it never happened. Forgiveness is releasing the weight so it stops poisoning you. It's not an invitation for them to do it again. David had 2 chances to kill Saul. He wasn't perfect about it either. He got close enough to him to cut the road. He got there. He had the moment. He just didn't finish it. That's real forgiveness. Not the clean kind you perform for an audience. It's the kind that costs you something and you still chose it. But he never walked back to that palace and said, let's try this again. He stayed in the wilderness. He kept his distance. He protected his future by refusing to re-enter the environment that almost destroyed him. Some people in your life, you've forgiven them. Genuinely. No bitterness, no revenge. You completely let it go. But letting it go doesn't mean letting back in. You can wish someone well from a distance. You can pray for someone you'll never speak to again. You can release the anger and frustration without reopening. The people pressuring you to reconcile as proof of your forgiveness, they're confusing 2 things that are never the same. Forgiveness releases the debt. It doesn't restore the excess. Distance isn't hatred. Being gone isn't bitterness. Sometimes it's the most honest decision that you can make. Forgive like David. But remember, the village came in the wilderness, not back in Saul's house. David forgave.
What part of my game that I'm gonna bring to...
David forgave Saul for trying to kill him, but he still didn't go back to the palace. Forgiveness does not mean returning to the abuse. People do this all the time. They confuse forgiveness with reconciliation. They think that if I'm truly forgiving someone, you should be able to sit at the same table again, let them back in, act like it never happened. Forgiveness is releasing the weight so it stops poisoning you. It's not an invitation for them to do it again. David had 2 chances to kill Saul. He wasn't perfect about it either. He got close enough to him to cut the road. He got there. He had the moment. He just didn't finish it. That's real forgiveness. Not the clean kind you perform for.
I mean, it was like,
Thank you.
That might be a little bit too small. Really?
I'm tired.
Look at our phone.
Being a girl, you're being a girl.
Hold on, I'll tell it to you.
We say it, Gary. You know what? That guy right there, the difference between him and me is I'm a lot smarter. It's you. Hey, me, no. Hey, me. That looks like about 20.
You just didn't finish it that way. What part of my game that I'm gonna bring to the NBA level, my defense intensity, being very intense defense, being one with Fab out there, making sure that I got my teammates back just like they got their own defense in my offense game. In my opinion, kind of speak for itself. Shoot the skin off the ball. And then I really feel like it's going to be a more time guard when it comes to defenders in the league. What part of my...
What's that right there? Hello. What's that?
Huh?
You saw that guy on the screen?
No, I think you don't.
Wait, so, what's the type though? Like, brown skin?
Honestly, I like anything. I have a versatile sexual. Okay. Before, I used to like just like really like black guys, but like now it's just like yeah. Now it's like everything like white, black. Well, let's find out this. It's you want to hear it from her. No, come find out then. Come find out.
black mom. Black mom, black. I'm Dominican. She's really Dominican. Yes. Ya yo te lo dije, pura, de Balibo. Everyone Dominican is happy about it. I was in Jamaica, bro. You never seen them. You know, Jamaica. Still with the next one. No, bro. They started something. I'm just saying. Remember when you was on real bad? Like, this is one girl? No, this is her though. I don't remember that one day. Yeah, she came over that nigga. Oh, that's you? Yeah, she but she got a friend that she wanted. That's why I got.
Yeah, right.
shy, if it's all shy, you're not supposed to go, but I understand being a little overzealous. I'm saying, like, I actually started in high school, I just started getting on my face because I was getting a lot of shots in people's faces. You nicknamed the Showtime Slam because they were just hey, coaches, I gave me the names, and then Showtime kind of just came after. So any nicknames that you tried out initially before Showtime? It was CBG Slam, I changed CBG Slam, and now for Showtime too. So I saw you picked up belt in high school. What's the coolest thing you ever built? I had like, abstract, like figurine, kind of social thing going on. I just got stuff to it every day. It's kind of fun with it. What do you think is the hardest part of it? I'm not gonna lie. And I used to be a soccer player. How many jokes do you get? Right, 5 or 6. Let's see it. Yeah, that's like 4. What makes North Carolina barbecue the best? Because the culture behind it, you know, just the flavor of barbecue itself. How you picking brisket, ribs, and pulled pork? For sure, this is my favorite part of barbecue. Favorite thing to do outside of playing basketball? Fishing outside, doing that fishing. What's the most you caught one day? What kind of different fish you catch? That's a lot of red dog. Do you want to talk to fish yourself? You catch it? Absolutely. Go ahead and introduce yourself. My name is Jeff. Yeah, nah.
straight, showing
That I've ever seen was none other than Kevin Gates.
What is that? I'm gonna go between y'all. If you did this learning that shit, nigga, you get fully wrong. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I hope kid ain't doing that shit now. In school, bro. Sure.
I like what that is for. Wearing a fur head. This isn't that's demonic. Like, sure, are a lot of furries really weird? Yes. But like, far into the subculture, no. A lot of them do draw like weird activities and engage in sodomy with animals. But
what?
Fursuit, that's not Christian. I don't think wearing a fur head is going against Christianity. I mean, what's kind of both? When you can ask Catholicism, whatever, you can ask whatever authority. I don't think they're going to say putting on a fur head.
Yeah, like, why, that's like saying you can't wear a cross while wearing a Chuck E. Cheese hat, or a Chuck E. Cheese, with the Chuck E. Cheese and the mascot shit, bro.
Granted, sneaker should not be used because platform max is used because of the prior position. To somebody else and then come on camera and tell everybody the story and tell them that they should try it. So we can like max to a certain degree here, but it's just the user mind. This is after the issue with another many young folk to be like that. But what it does here next, he starts talking about twerking.
Anyway, yo, how y'all doing? You just broke this. Yeah, let's move on from that. You know, real shit, yo, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Y'all changed my mind, bro. Islam actually changed my perspective on life. Guys, we need to be pausing more. You know what I'm saying? For example, I threw a lace run on. I could have said pause. I didn't know. It's just like, I know I didn't mean it like that. You feel me? Like, for example, one stroke in the ground or doing some loud that you're twerking. Why? Like, why don't you twerk? Now I think about it. Why is twerk a gender neutral thing? Twerking is the only gender neutral.
That's what I'm talking about.
Context, he's saying that yo, Paul's going to tell him, say Paul's on all things, being in line with the twerk. So he was talking about maybe being a little sus, and that's how he gets into this conversation. So he's not saying that he starts twerking. He's just rolling off with the joke. This is an easy way for people to clip up 30 seconds because it would take me like 15 minutes to find the full context of this. And you know what else is going on? You're definitely not going to do that. People like what?
Swerve in that corner and head back. If we can swerve in that corner and head back to Charlotte for just a minute here, think of the home in return.
No, let's just say that.
I know that the fans of Charlotte finally have a good season. And he's a fan favorite.
Yes, fan favorite.
bro, like, can you stop fucking with me? Hold up. Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I'm like, how outrageous or some shit, bro. I can't. You can slap a $50 bill in a briefcase and give it to me. I still I just can't. Yeah, that shit like I can't put a big on it, but I feel like like I actually yo, I mean you can say I'm not normal, but yo, gang, I'm not wearing no fucking things. I'm not wearing no King of Thrones fucking wig. This is crazy. What is this? Is it King of the Thrones? I don't know. I forgot what it's called. Why they blurred? Like it's so crazy. Hey yo. I'll speak with you.
Sometimes you're gonna show up on time. Okay, so like when actions do this. Is this legitimate or are you getting paid? Is it a lot of get you? Did you get the call? Is one the fun rate? Is this a paid agenda? Is this intentional to subvert the youth and to push LGBT young children? Is this to destroy masculinity of black men to subvert it? Because what's going on here? This song's at 7 a.m. I like some of his music, bro. I rolled it on stream. I like that song. Things are out to the brother, right? Why? New hair. Why? Max, as with the hair, bro, it looks really good on you. Shit, I don't even confuse. You have to admit, this is a time difference. First of all, the rappers wearing lace fronts. This is both. That is true. Because on Riff Raff, you have a real version of actually changes hairstyle. You got all kinds of different style of braids. It's 6 9 took a lot of influence from Riff Raff. And here, and 6 9 also wear the lace fronts with the different colors. Here, you have print on Max, and I like that he's still it's on something because this one.
When you got that shit like it's training.
Working fast is my example. His thing has some chance in his dreads. I don't want to see him in the New York Post top 5 zestiest rappers we have. I'm being vicious. I guess you can say like zestier than Piper. I've never seen Piper next with his lunch team. You've seen you've seen Drake with those cold tips in his hand with his nails zesty and angry Piper next to him. Now, what? Like I said, I've seen the like these people the whole now, so you gotta say, yo, there's some shadow underneath this to influence everybody. It's too.
Nah, but I got a question. Yo. Crazy, yo. I'm not like, yo, if you see this shit, please, man. Yo, when he, does anybody know if he be like fucking
This week, guys, you guys know we're gonna give you guys today's. I think the only after hours for this week.
Well, we're gonna do one on Wednesday.
Oh yes, never mind. So yeah, I'm first gonna host one this Wednesday, guys. I'm gonna be in DC. I'm gonna be doing Team Cast Night Roll up there. It's gonna be guys awesome. We're gonna see Cast one time. You guys can go on that sort of celebrating. So look it up. I'm gonna be hosting. Yeah, I think Tim's gonna be hosting. So I'm gonna host it. I'm sure I'll host somebody else, and then take over. We're gonna celebrate. But yeah, so I'm gonna go there. So Wednesday I'll be on doing some guest side around Wednesday night at 8 p.m. Then obviously we got one draft arms from the 305 studio next year. And then on Friday I'll be on Alex Schultz at over at 4. I think we'll go on Monday at Eastern. And then I'll do something with Harrison after that in the evening. And then I'll also set up an amazing for you guys the week after. Here's from Miami. I won't say location, so we'll enjoy this as well. But yeah, we gotta get this session up from the last time we were out there. You guys saw that the way I got it with almost
name for before?
My name is Serenity, and
I'm Dax. That's all we are. We are. Stop moving. Stop moving. Come on. Shut up, bitch. I got your cameraman. Shut up. Stop moving. I'm dead ass. What's wrong with you?
20, I'm about to turn 21 on Monday, October 13th. And I'm a chef, and I also sell hair.
Are you from Fort Lauderdale?
Basically, yeah.
Okay, so you're a chef and you said you sell hair?
Yes.
Like wigs or extensions or?
Wigs, closures, extensions,
I guess I'll go and get my predictions as being his wife. I feel like he's going to go get his glasses. He's gonna come in here, he's gonna wear his glasses, and then he's gonna pose, and then he's gonna do a loud laugh, and then he's gonna sit down. How much would it bet? How much would I know my man watch?
5 minutes later.
What's the word? Yo, you hear me? Yo, Jack.
Let me go in there and get the glasses. He about to come back and then he about to pose. And then he go sit down and he go do a loud laugh.
No way.
You did not. Did not say that.
You did not.
I'm telling you, I was like, I know my man watch. He literally did the exact thing I said. I told him. I know he like the back of my head.
You don't even know what's on the back of your head, poo-poo. Like, that's a dumb phrase. Whoever just looks at the back of their head. I can't even.
Me. I look at the back of my head.
As you should, queen.
As you should.
Like a dork. I look like an idiot.
Okay, I had to ask this chef thing. Like private chef or like do you work at a restaurant?
I work at a restaurant.
Okay.
So we get free food?
No, because it's sushi. Yeah.
We gotta cook it in a sushi spot like that?
Yeah, it's raw, but before I used to work there, I used to work at Kikun, and I did like fryer, saute, and pastry. So I would work at different restaurants because I get bored, and I want to learn new stuff because I'm young, so why not?
Okay. What cuisines can you chef it up in?
What's your best top 3?
She right now she's doing Japanese.
I can't answer that question right now.
What do you like? Can you do Italian?
Oh yeah, I worked at the casino, Suppresso. I like that.
Okay. And that question for you, since you work at a sushi spot, like, do you need to cook that much?
No, not really. I just sit there bored.
You want fish? Here it is. Yeah, like, I don't think like what you're really doing is just like chopping it up and presenting it. Like, we don't really gotta cook, right?
Not really. I only make some rice. Like I can learn other stations, but I just started, so yeah.
Can you do hibachi? Like, you know,
No, not yet.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, that's crazy. You ever been to that hibachi stuff?
Oh, Benihana. Let's go.
In 1849, men left everything their family. Today, during the gold rush, more men died chasing fool's gold than real gold. They couldn't tell the difference, and neither can most men. In 1849, men left everything, their families, their farms, their futures. They crossed mountains and deserts on the promise of finding gold in California. And when they finally arrived, exhausted, broken, some desperate, they found something that looked exactly like gold. Same color, same glitter in the pan. Fool's gold, iron pyrite, worth nothing. And a man who doesn't know what he's looking at will pick it up and celebrate it and build his whole future around something that's absolutely worthless. That's how men lost everything during the gold rush. They couldn't tell what was real from what just looked real. Now look at your life. That opportunity that shine, was it gold or was it fool's gold? The woman that showed up at the perfect time, real or the convincing imitation? That circle that cheers for you in public, are they gold or are they just reflective when the light hits right? The difference between real gold and fool's gold is actually really simple. Real gold is heavy. It has weight. It endures pressure without cracking. Fool's gold is light. It crumbles under heat. It looks valuable until you test it. And most men never test what's in front of them because the shine was enough to stop them from asking questions. Everybody in your life shines. Not everybody has weight. Everybody talks a good game. Not everybody endures when the pressure comes. Real gold doesn't always cast the light the way that fool's gold does. That's what makes it so easy to miss and so hard to replace once you find it. Test everything. The shine means nothing. Weight, pressure, consistency. That's how you tell real gold from fool's gold. In business, in relationship, from fool's gold. Real gold doesn't always cast the light the way that fool's gold does. That's what makes it so easy to miss and so hard to replace once you find it. Test everything. The shine means nothing. Weight, pressure, consistency. That's how you tell real gold from fool's gold. In business, in relationships, in life. Not everything that glitters is gold. During the gold rush, more men died chasing fool's gold than real gold. They couldn't tell the difference, and neither can most men. In 1849, men left everything, their families, their farms.
Hey, yo, guys, team relativity.
Finding gold.
Today's gonna be my third dunk session of the Sunday. But this time, I'm only using the weighted ball the whole session. I first started out with some basic one-handers as a warm-up, just to get my legs going. At first, the ball was super heavy, but as I kept attempting dunks, it got a lot easier with time. This is really good for ball control in the air and having strong finishes, but I only recommend this if you can already dunk consistently. If you're still trying to hit your first dunk, I recommend using a tennis ball or either a football. After my legs felt pretty warm, I decided to throw on the 20-pound vest. At first, I couldn't even make a basic one hand, but as I kept trying, I was able to make a couple more dunks, but trust me, I missed a lot. It was fun dunking with the weighted vest, but after 20 minutes, I decided to take it off, just so I wouldn't tire myself out. I then used my speaker as a chair to explode out of the seated position into a dunk. A regular chair would have been better, but in situations like this, you really have to be creative. But today was a good session. If you're interested in my dunk journey, like and follow for more. Today's gonna be my third dunk session of the Sunday, but this time, I'm doing the gold rush.
Let's go! Hey, I'm there.
She said you're a chef. Okay, Isaac, education you completed?
High school. I plan on going to the military soon to do cybersecurity because I don't want to be a cook for the rest of my life. I just said get involved.
Over 60 with money in an IRA or 401k, a federal law that just completed its rollout is that
You're using the wrong thing to fix your brain fog. Coffee doesn't fix fog.
friends, thank you for joining me for another emergency meeting. I'm here to impart my wisdom and hopefully some happiness upon you all, because you're my best friends in the whole world. Today we're going to talk about visualization, because I get asked quite often about manifesting and visualization. We're going to talk about visualization. Why is the window behind me closed? What is this treachery? in lots of different versions. It's quite a complicated subject when you enact manifestation, your self-mental model, your self-belief, visualizing how it's all going to end up. Do you visualize the end result? Do you visualize the battle? Do you visualize the problems? We're talking about visualization as a whole. Visualization as a whole is very misunderstood because most people are visualizing to beg the universe for things, like a pauper, like a female who you met in Dubai. Please buy me this handbag. God, please give me a Lambo. I visualize I want a really nice big house. Please give me nice stuff. Please give me money. Like a pauper, like a beggar. Let me ask you a question. If someone begs you for things, how do you feel about them? If someone asks you for $10, you give it to them, fine. Then they beg for more, you give it to them. Then they beg for more. Because the human creature is permanently ungrateful. We're always unhappy. We're always going to be asking for more. You're always going to visualize bigger and larger and more grandiose things than you currently have. So when you are visualizing these things and begging the universe for them, not only are you a beggar, but even worse, when the universe does satisfy one of these concerns, you continue to ask for more, and you look ungrateful. Ungratefulness is one of the least likable aspects of the human psyche. If you help somebody with something and they're ungrateful for it, nothing will make you angry faster than that. And the universe, karma, God, the simulation, whatever you want to call it, operates the exact same way. You must always try your very best to not be ungrateful. So what is the purpose of visualization? Well, there are two things you should be doing when you visualize. You should be unplugging, like we talked about yesterday. You should be disconnecting from the matrix, and you should be allowing your mind to run through the personal events you've gone through and to organize your thoughts. And you should be visualizing a future that you want to have, but not in a way where you're going to look like a beggar or a pauper. Give me lots of things I don't currently have. I want all this stuff. Give me all this stuff. Like a slut. You're not a slut, you're a man. And you want to earn things. You don't want to be given anything. You want to earn things. Because that's what men do. Because you're not going to put any value on things which are given to you. You're going to put value on the things that you earn. You're not going to respect any of the things that are given to you. You want it to be hard. You want it to...
Doing this.
So what, you're going to join the military right now? You want to go to war?
Yeah, I know, but it's gonna get worse, so why not? Like, I mean, if you got, wait, can I say religion in here, like God, or?
Yeah.
Those things, you are attributing value to the end result. That is when you're going to be happy with what you get. So when you visualize, you are not asking for things. What you are visualizing is to do three important things. The first thing is to say thank you for the things you already have. For the same reason that ungratefulness is dislikable, gratefulness is very... You are not asking for things. What you are visualizing is to do three important things. The first thing is to say thank you for the things you already have. For the same reason that ungratefulness is dislikable, gratefulness is very respected by people and the universe. When you visualize, instead of asking for a larger house, you should be saying thank you to God for the house you currently have. Instead of asking for a hard girlfriend, you should be thankful for the girlfriend you currently have. Instead of asking for more money, you should be thankful for the money you currently have. You should be visualizing, sitting, closing your eyes, and feeling a deep gratitude. Gratitude is a high vibration. Gratitude is a good energy to have inside of you. It attracts nice things to you when you feel the warm fuzz of gratitude inside of your chest. So visualization should be saying thank you for the things you already have. And the second thing you should be visualizing is trying to 100% convince yourself and the world that you believe you will have the things you want. This is very different than begging and asking for the things you want. This is saying that I know one day I will have them because I believe in myself. You are visualizing the self-belief. You are not visualizing the fish, you're visualizing the fishing rod. You are prepared to go and work. You are prepared to suffer, sweat, sit out in the sun. You're prepared to wait a long period of time. You're prepared to do the difficult things to eventually get the fish that you want. However, you are not going to believe that you can pull this off unless you visualize and understand that you are perfectly capable of doing these things. You know, in my life, if I look at all the things I've achieved, the most amazing things, the reason I managed to pull them off was because I 100% believed I was going to. Every time I 100% believed I was going to pull off a miracle, somehow I did. When I truly believed in myself and I knew that somehow I was going to do something amazing, I actually did. It wasn't that I was any more capable than I normally am. It's that I just believed it would go well. Believing it's all going to work out okay somehow makes things all work out okay. You have outlasted every difficult thing that's happened to you so far. You have outlasted all of the situations you thought you would never outlast. You've outlasted all the stressful scenarios you found yourself in. You've managed to do all of that. So there's no reason to believe with 100% success rate that the future is going to be any different. So you're visualizing to say thank you for the things you already have, and you're cementing your work ethic inside of your mind. You're not saying, I want a nice house. You're visualizing saying, I'm the kind of person who is prepared to do anything it takes to get a nice house. I'm prepared to do any amount of work. I'm prepared to take on stressful tasks. I'm prepared to reply to as many people as I need to reply to. I'll do the late nights. I know I deserve this house, and I'm going to get it by proving I deserve it. I'm going to get it by working harder than everybody else. Life is a competition, and in the competition, the people who work the longest are rewarded. The indefatigable people are rewarded. I am not going to quit. I'm not going to give up. Everyone else is going to get tired. Everyone else is going to quit. Everyone else is going to complain. I'm not that guy. I'm different than everyone else. And because I'll be the last one standing, because I'm the longest lasting, I'm going to get exactly what I deserve because I'm the person who never gives in. Your entire personality and your worldview is simply what you have decided inside of your mind. If you visualize and decide inside of your mind that you're the kind of person who never quits, you become the kind of person who never quits. If you decide depression isn't real, you become the person who cannot be depressed. What you decide, what you 100% visualize, this is who you become. If you become the person who you decide is always happy, I'm a positive person. I'm always happy no matter what. When difficult things happen to me, I do not give up, I do not quit. That's what other people do. I'm the kind of person who smiles through the pain, smiles through the chaos. That's what makes me different than everyone else. If you keep repeating these things, you become that person. Because when something difficult happens to you, you enact out your visualizations. You are choosing the characters. You are choosing all the different spirits of the ancestry, which make you as a unique individual. You are choosing the stats that you're going to apply to your character for the video game. You are deciding what you want to be, and visualization is how you attribute the skill points to your avatar inside of the simulation. That is what visualization is for. Saying thank you for everything.
Introducing Rumble Shorts. Watch quick videos for pure, unfiltered
vid you already have, and then to take the skill sets that you want. You want to be grateful. You want to be happy. You want to be satisfied. You want to be hardworking. You want to be perspicacious. You want all of these things, and you are rewiring your brain to understand that's exactly who you are. Those qualities will give you the things you want. That is how you get the nice things. You do not visualize and beg and ask like a pauper for expensive things that you have not earned. Instead, you visualize having the qualities that you need to go and earn the expensive things that you want. This is an extremely important distinction. Most of you shouldn't be visualizing at all because you're doing it completely wrong. Begging God for things makes him dislike you. Begging the universe for things makes the universe dislike you. You are visualizing wrong and you're actually doing harm to yourself by constantly sitting there like a beggar, like a pathetic peasant. Get rid of that. Instead, use your visualization to imagine yourself in a difficult scenario and imagining yourself handling it flawlessly. Handling it cool, calm, flawless, professional. When James Bond comes under fire, he does not panic. He is a consummate professional, as are you. This is what visualization is for. Doing it for any other reason is a complete waste of cognitive time. In fact, it's actually damaging your relationship with the simulation because you look like a pathetic peasant. You look like a beggar. You are not a beggar. If you came to me and said, Andrew, I want $10 million, please, what's your chance of getting it? Very low. If you come to me and say, Andrew, I have all the skills required to make you $20 million, and in return, all I would like is $10 million. I want to work beside you. I am hardworking. I am dedicated. I do not quit. I do not give up. I learn fast. I visualize. I've trained my mind to be all of these things. I am exactly who you need on your team. For that reason, we are going to work together and we are going to succeed if you give me the opportunity. That is a completely different ask than give me $10 million. So when I ask people what they want, I go through life and often say to people, guys, what do you want? And they say, I want a fast car, and I want a nice house, and I want a hot girl. They don't say, I want to be hardworking and disciplined and dedicated. I want to be the kind of person who never misses the gym. Everyone says they want muscles. No one says they want to be the person who wants to go to the gym and will not miss the gym. That is why they don't end up with the body they want. I don't need the muscles. I don't need the money. I just need to be the guy who's always in the gym and who always works. Because guess what that leads to? If I ask God to give me the powers and the skills so that I can constantly use my body and my cognitive function to dedicate myself towards difficult tasks, he'll give it to me. I'm one of God's soldiers, as are you. I am asking to be strong so I can go and fight the world. He will give me that. He will not give me victories I did not earn. He will not give me money I did not earn. He will not give me women and houses and cars I do not deserve. He is not going to give me undeserved things, but he will give me the strength to go and fight if I am prepared to suffer and fight. That is what you are visualizing for. You're saying thank you for all of your achievements, and you're asking for the power to go and get more. You do not ask God for an easy life. You ask God for the skills to build the life you want. This is extremely important. We have a super chat here I'm going to read quickly. What would you suggest? I am a self-employed tradesperson working with dad and uncle, looking to get the business spread, and right now I have the money to get an M3 at 21. Should I get it? First, you should join the real world, and you should amplify the money you have. An M3 at 21? Sure, you live one life, but you shouldn't be spending all of your money on an M3 when you can certainly make a whole bunch more money inside of the real world. We're waiting for you to sign up, join us, and ask that question inside of the campus, and we'll give you an answer. So making money is one thing that everybody on the planet is obsessed with. It's true. We're all born into the capitalistic game. You cannot escape this game. You don't get to tick a box at the beginning of your life and say, I don't want to play capitalism. I want to live in a socialist utopia. That's not how it works. Whether you're born in India, Africa, or America, you need money. So everyone is constantly closing their eyes and thinking of and dreaming of big piles of money. And they're confused why it doesn't turn up. Nobody is closing their eyes and thinking of being a hard worker. What is God more likely to give you? A pile of money you didn't earn? Or the strength to work hard? You must rewire your software. Your body is your hardware. If you rewire your software, not only will you have the discipline and dedication to go and work on your hardware as and when required, but most importantly, you're going to have a completely different, unique worldview which is going to allow you to win. You're going to rewire yourself for competitiveness. This is what you must comprehend about visualization. Say thank you for the things you have, and rewire your brain so that you can go out there and win. Now, I have not, for a very long time, I have not probably in modern history, closed my mind and imagined something I want that I do not have. All I imagine are the skills I need to go and get it. Something very important is coming in the next few weeks. I'm going to say it now before we finish this emergency meeting and I go on to the next point. In the next couple of weeks, anyone with a Rumble wallet who also has a The Real World subscription will be getting a present from me. You can download the Real World wallet. You can download the Rumble wallet for free. You have a QR code on the screen that allows you to download it. If you're a member of The Real World and you have the Rumble wallet, you'll get it first. If you have the Rumble wallet alone, you'll get it second. It's completely free to download. Put it on your phone. You're going to need it. It doesn't take you any time. Scan this QR code, put it on your phone. I'm going to update you in an upcoming emergency meeting about exactly what you're going to be rewarded with for downloading the wallet. So please download it now. Mindset in and of itself. People often say to me, Andrew, I love your videos. It helps so much with my mindset. Your mindset should be optimized for competency. You are a man and you want an empire. As much as you pretend you don't want an empire, that is false. Having a woman who loves you and children who respect you is an empire. That's what you want. You want money. That's an empire. You want a house which is yours. This is land that is yours that you must protect. That is an empire. You want an empire. If you are optimizing your mind for happiness, then you're not going to be as competitive as the man who optimizes his mind for competitiveness. You need to optimize and visualize and train your brain and train your software to be as capable and as competitive as possible all of the time. This is the most important life hack I can give you as a man. As competitive as you and children who respect you is an empire. Videos help so much with my mindset. Your mindset should be mindset in and of itself. People often say to me, Andrew, I love your videos. It helps so much with my mindset. Your mindset should be optimized for competency. You are a man and you want an empire. As much as you pretend you don't want an empire, that is false. Having a woman who loves you and children who respect you is an empire. That's what you want. You want money. That's an empire. You want a house which is yours. This is land that is yours that you must protect. That is an empire. You want an empire. If you are optimizing your mind for happiness, then you're not going to be as competitive as the man who optimizes his mind for competitiveness. You need to optimize and visualize and train your brain and train your software to be as capable and as competitive as possible all of the time. This is the most important life hack I can give you as a man. Because it is becoming harder and harder to win, and some people are prepared to suffer to win. If you are not prepared to suffer to win, you're never going to beat the guy who is. So you need to visualize this. I am prepared to suffer. I am prepared to do the difficult days that other people are not prepared to do. I am not the kind of person who complains. I do not quit. When everyone else around me is giving up, I am the last one standing. This is what I imagine. This is why I'm going to have everything I've ever dreamed of. This is why I'm going to succeed. I am thankful to God and the universe for all the amazing things I already have. I know I'm going to have more because I'm the type of person who will not give up when everyone else is giving up. I know I'm the kind of person who's going to have exactly what he dreams of because I'm going to work for it. I'm going to respect it when I have it. I'm going to show the universe that I deserve it the most. That is why I am the most dedicated. This is extremely important. The real world has some huge changes coming soon. The Rumble wallet's important for that. That's why you have to download it. Some other massive changes are coming to the real world. And it's extremely important that you have this mindset. You must be the kind of person who's prepared to work when no one else is prepared to work. You must dedicate yourself to the task when everyone else is ADHD, everyone else is permanently distracted, everyone else is giving up, nobody else can sit down and get something done for more than 5 minutes before they quit, before they give up, before they want to go watch porn. You have to be different than everybody else. Change your visualization strategy. After this emergency meeting, write down all the qualities that would make you extremely successful in your life. What would make you successful? Firstly, you're the kind of person who can identify opportunities, perspicacity. Secondly, you're the kind of person who never quits, never gives up, indefatigability. Thirdly, you're likable. You're charismatic. You're interesting. You're funny. You need to sit and write down all of the qualities you want in yourself, and that's what you need to be visualizing as you take time off your phone. Rewire your programming. Funny is a decision. Charismatic is a decision. Your aura is a decision. Being likable is a decision. You decide all of these things. You think about and you work on these things. Name a likable, charismatic, a guy with aura, funny, who's smart, intelligent, hardworking, paying attention to opportunities, who doesn't have any house he wants. That That's how you get the house. I hope I've made this clear. I hope I've given you guys some important knowledge here. This is the point of meditation and visualization. A lot of you have been doing it wrong. I've been getting lots of emails from you guys saying, I'm visualizing a big house and it isn't coming. That is why. Keep that in mind. You need to be as grateful as possible to the universe, because ungrateful. People are not rewarded. Tell your parents you love them. Be thankful for all the things you have. Be nice to your partner. Be nice to the waiter. Be nice to the taxi driver. Go through life with a grateful heart. Be kind. Be open. Be really, really approachable. Be a great and nice person, and you'll be surprised what the universe will begin to give to you. Thank you.
Forgiveness does not mean access. Forgiveness